I'm Maddalena Fossati, as yesterday. I'm the editor-in-chief of La Cucina Italiana, and I'm very honored to be here today in this theater in Alba, in Giorgio Busca Theater. So we are back to the 6th UNWTO Global Conference on Wine Tourism on the theme, What's Next? Wine Tourism Pairs with Innovation. And it's really important that I give you some information about how it's going on with the day after this conference, about the activities. After the closing ceremony, we will all enjoy lunch, good news, just across the street from the Teatro. Very important, for those joining the activities in the afternoon in Canelli, you will have free time after the lunch to discover the beautiful city of Alba. And it's very important that you are back at the theater at 4, because we will walk to the train station to take the train to Canelli. For those not joining the activities in the afternoon, a transfer will depart the theater at 3:30 to go to the official hotels. There will not be transfer from official hotels to Canelli, so who wants to take the train has to go straight and don't go to the hotel. And now it's time to invite on stage the first session of this conference of this morning, of course. And it's an opportunity to discover what participants here in Alba have learned from the winery visits yesterday. For that, it's my pleasure to invite on stage Mr. David Mora, founder of Wine Tourism School and coordinator of the Master's Degree in Food Tourism, Basque Culinary Center. España, bienvenido. And of course, Ms. Sandra Carvao, my best friend in these days, Chief of Tourist Market Intelligence and Competitiveness, UNWTO. And please, hi, good morning. And let's start with the first session.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Buongiorno, buenos días, bon dia. I'm missing a lot of people from yesterday. Maybe they're still looking for truffles with the dogs. We had fun yesterday. So we're gonna take you just 30 minutes to make a little wrap up from yesterday's visits. Since each of us were just in one winery, we thought it would be interesting to share the experience, share the knowledge acquired yesterday through a couple of questions that Sandra prepared. We're gonna guide you through this process of reflection of yesterday's. Me, myself, I was in Iket Nunk. It was a great experience. I don't want to bias you, but in general, I think it was a great experience and a great location. So these questions, I'm going to try to force you to think about it, evaluate the visit. Just a very short information. For example, when in Spain, as you know, the wine routes of Spain, every 2 years, they undergo an audit. So we go to wineries, we go to restaurants, we go to wine-themed hotels, and we have some requirements, some standards that they have to go through. And that's somehow that we're going to ask you to do and make a very internal checklist of things that you liked, that you disliked, and maybe some room for improvement. And that's what we are going to ask from you, from each of the wineries or the locations, the venues that you visited yesterday. So maybe we can start with the first question.
Yeah. So if I can ask, good morning, everyone. Good morning in your houses as well. And we just wanted to start with a very sensorial question. So, and I'm going to ask you to pick up your phones. So generally in conferences, we say, don't pick up your phones, don't look at your phones, put your phones in mute. Now I want you to pick up your phones and go to a website called www.menti.com. If it's in the screen, if you can't see it, it's www.menti.com. So I'll wait a little bit for everyone to get menti.com on your phones.
Don't go to Mentimeter, okay? It's menti.com.
Yes. For those who use Mentimeter yourselves, it's menti.com. And the code is 54119500. So I'll repeat it once again, 54119500. Anyone that hasn't been able to enter, hands up.
Any technique?
Okay, so we'll wait a little bit more.
Okay.
Menti.com. We want to make
And-
sure we all have our saying in the session.
And even though we all have...
And at home as well, I'm sorry you didn't went to the winery, so you will have to keep your words for yourself.
Okay. And please, just one word in English, okay? We all have beautiful languages, but in this case, we're going to use just English.
Yes, because otherwise it's going to be challenges. Someone says it works, that's good. Okay, everyone is logged in. Anyone that hasn't been able? Okay, I don't
Great,
see
this one.
any.
It works. Okay,
It
now
works.
we have saved it. It works.
Very good. So we're starting to see in one word, you know, your memory of yesterday's experience in either the winery or the wine museum that you had the opportunity to visit. We were talking about storytelling yesterday, and we were talking about the importance of having your image of what you are expected to see. So let's see what comes out of your visits yesterday.
In case anyone wants to further elaborate and wants to share with the others your experience from yesterday, of course, we have some mics over there in case you want to share your experience with the rest of us. It will be great.
Perfect. Anyone that hasn't entered a word in the Mentimeter here in the room?
It's okay.
Internet challenges.
Give us your word. Your word, David, from... Hopeful, okay.
Very good. Anyone else having challenges with connection? Circling through, okay.
Okay, so we have inspiring
Inspiring.
as the keyword. And actually I saw also inspire also inspire.
So good. Most of you were inspired.
Scenery, I mean, I think for me would be, scenery would be, or landscape would be one of the keywords at Ik en Nunc, this Latin named after a winery. The landscape was fantastic. The wine was also very good, I have to say. I liked it a lot. But the landscape was really within the winery, and it was part of the experience. Okay, inspiring. It's ambiguous concept.
Scenery as well, as you were saying. So definitely the landscape is probably one of the most competitive factors in the experience that we have experienced yesterday. Engaging, stunning landscape. So again, the scenery. Networking, that's a very interesting one as well. Territory, beautiful.
Okay. So inspiring and interesting are the two words.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We really wanted to have, it's very difficult to have a feedback when you're in different groups, so I hope that also for our hosts, this is the feeling that the group takes from the experiences that we thank the region of Piemonte, NALBA, and the Italian National Tourism Board for hosting us yesterday in the different wineries. And good to see that the experience was inspiring for most of you, and that really the scenery that we saw, which was impressive, will surely stay in your memory. Going a little bit further and to dig into what David was just saying, we'd like you to think about what were the most positive aspects of your visit, or what came out from the winery or the museum as the most positive elements for you.
Yeah, in this case could be the facilities themselves, could be the guide, maybe it was really emotional and guided you through the story behind the facilities, could be also the wine tasting, the shop, which is of course is a key element of a good tourist winery. Which were the most positive aspects of the winery or the venues that you visited yesterday? I think here they can elaborate a bit further.
Yes, there's more words that you can use. So.
Cool, you stick to one word.
So hospitality, that's very feeling welcome, definitely very food.
Okay,
there you go, pairing wine with food, very important. Landscape again, engagement, very good. Culture, concrete examples, landscape again.
Well, inspiration is coming after the coffee. Okay, nice.
There's a possibility of more words here, so it's easier. Finding that one word is always the more difficult part. But that's your unique point.
Yeah. Well, the representative from UNESCO must be happy to see landscape.
Landscape, definitely.
Yeah, one of the most positive aspects. And as I said before, I have to point out at Ticket Nunc, landscape was really amazing. And also hospitality, and the people at the winery really extremely nice to us, and very helpful with the workshop, and also very nice facilities.
Yeah. And definitely the integration of the infrastructure in the winery, in the landscape, is done in an amazing way that you can enjoy both in a very seamless manner. So very interesting. Landscape again, hospitality, I think that's a very important point. So I think one of the most positive aspects is feeling welcome when you have the experience.
Maybe food here is not so important, but maybe we take for granted that we're going to eat well in Italy. So, but for example, in our case, we ate very well.
And culture, which is also interesting to see how it merges with wine tourism, food, and the landscape itself. Engagement as well.
And even though just a couple of people voted for aesthetics, I think aesthetics are very important in Italy in general. But for wine tourism, keep it beauty, keep it nice for these Instagrammable moments. I think it's quite important right now for wineries in order to save some marketing expenses and have a great presence online. So again, we also have paisaje, so we have landscape in Spanish too. Okay.
Engagement, I think definitely the landscape, the food, the wine. Finally, we have the wine. So definitely, I think the most positive aspects, and I think this also shows what are the most positive acts for any visit to any wine tourism experience, is really the combination of knowing the place, the hospitality, the food, which is very important and should be more engaged into the wine experience, and the hospitality. So now we're going to take a little bit a step further, and also because, as you know, this is the 6th conference, and it's very important to know what are the concerns that would take us forward in contributing to this discussion and in other events. So we really wanted to ask you, and I always say there's as much knowledge there as it is in the speakers that come on stage to share the experience. So we really wanted to get a feeling of the group of what are your biggest challenges in terms of wine tourism in your own business, in your own destination, to address, because this will, first of all, give us a very good survey, and at the same time, guide us on which issues you would like to see addressed in forthcoming conferences, so that we can also take forward our work.
And here we can think both from the private perspective and also from the public perspective, which are the challenges for destinations and also which are the challenges for wineries, for travel agencies. So we can think broader than just for wineries.
And here a very important point for all of those who are following us in YouTube, you can also go to menti.com and use the same code 54119500 and enter your answers, because this will give us also an important insight into others that cannot join us here physically, but are also engaged in this important area. So transportation is coming very, very strongly.
Yeah, maybe talk about that. Transportation, I wouldn't say is such an issue.
Digital infrastructure, so Wi-Fi. I think it came out yesterday in the discussions as well, very clearly. Sustainability.
Yeah, I would say rather than a challenge, is a path for the future. But still, of course, we have to work on it.
Language skills, very interesting. So training for language skills.
Looking for the right person. For example, at Iket Nung, there was the guide. She's a Russian lady, and she spoke Russian, English, Spanish, French, Italian. So she was really amazing. But those unicorns are hard to find.
Wi-Fi is gaining weight. Transportation, again, communication. So actually, this was a very interesting issue that came out yesterday in our own communication workshop, because there was a question of if you're a small winery and you don't have the structure to have, obviously, a specialized communication person, and you yourself don't have those skills, how can you actually go and be actively effective in social media? And we were discussing about the importance of creating networks, maybe among smaller wineries, or even that public institutions can facilitate that as a support to the small wineries, because they don't have that capacity.
Yeah, I think it's great when it's the winemaker himself or herself who uses or manages the social media handles. It's like direct voice is really authentic. I don't know, they have many things to do at the same time, but it would be great for them to take their own pictures and share them online.
Yeah.
So transportation.
Communication again, human resources,
Coming
back
resources,
to
yes.
what we were
Yeah,
talking about before. Profitability, obviously. Creating content, so that's product development. I think, and we will see some of the experiences coming up in the next panels. So obviously, how do you differentiate yourselves from the others in terms of those experiences?
Well, there are a lot of challenges that can be discussed, for example, in La Rioja next year.
Exactly. So there's a good inspiration here already. How do you create content? The issue of communication, maybe we need to deep dive into communication. And I think the issue of transportation, for us, the rural development is a key element. And I think it's something that's very horizontal to all the areas in rural development, is really the accessibility or transportation.
I think profitability would be also a very interesting topic. Let's say for the wineries to work on how to measure success, how to really see the improvement and sell more wine. I think this is one of the goals of opening your doors to visitors. So, yeah.
Perfect. So thank you everyone who voted it and continues to vote. Again, we will have this available, and it will be online with the rest of the presentations in the conference website, but it does give us a clear indication of the challenges ahead, but also very good insights for the next conference, as David said, next year in La Rioja in Spain. So going a little bit further, and again, think about your business and also your own territory. What would you say is your main priority for the development of wine tourism? Because again, we know the challenges, but we want to know where you want to go. What is your main objective as a tourist board, as a wine route, as a winery, as a country?
Yeah. Also taking into account local communities, as we heard yesterday from Carlo Petrini, think about the happiness of locals.
Yes, I think it was very inspiring to hear Carlo Petrini and how the local wood, and this is a word that came out very strongly in the pandemic, local wood. How do we really stay and value and be part and not have silos and working in different wine tourism experiences? So innovation, priority is to innovate. That's good that we're hopefully giving some examples of innovation in different areas of the world that can inspire you today.
Yeah, we spoke yesterday in my workshop that wineries have really go bold with new products, and they have really innovated with really outstanding experiences worldwide in the last decade, I would say. And so of course we have to keep innovating, but now we have a fantastic plethora of amazing products.
Collaboration, that's something that hasn't come up yet, so very important. I think it is a big challenge and a big priority, how all the stakeholders come together, local, national, public, private. How do we create that system of collaboration that can be effective in addressing the challenges, in moving the sector forward? We have the wine routes, which are one model.
Yep.
We have in many countries, and I know our colleagues from Chile are here, very interesting national model, Turismo Chile, public-private sector working together. So I think it's definitely collaboration and cooperation models is a very important topic. Sustainability, again. digitalization. That's interesting. It hadn't come up as a challenge. So it's very interesting to actually see the digital coming now as one of the priorities. So how do you do the transition and use the best of digital technologies to achieve your objectives?
Well, technology is important, but please don't forget the human touch. I think that really makes a visit to a winery something emotional. It's great to have apps, but not only that. Enjoy, yeah.
That's important.
We are enjoying.
Communication again, sustainability. So I think a lot of the issues are very connected to what we've been discussing, and again, gives us a lot of insights into the next topics to bring to the 2023 edition of the Wine Tourism Conference.
Yeah, collaboration. I also saw colaboración in Spanish, so it's one of the hot topics for sure.
So next year we're going to
network.
Talk about how we work better together.
Yeah, it's
perfect. Thank you, everyone. And to end, we're going to go a little bit more into the challenge, but with very specific issues, so that we can narrow the discussion that we've been having. If the conference is what's next for wine tourism, and we would like to ask you in this what's next in a more long-term perspective, if you can vote into what do you think are the major challenges for the future of wine tourism, and you can strongly disagree or strongly agree, as you will see in your Mentimeter. And we have climate change, the change in consumers, coordination of all the actors, increased competition, or in the current circumstances, the economic situation.
Yeah, it's great to see that competition is not a problem so far. Maybe there is
very good
enough pie for everyone.
On the other end, again, the coordination becomes a very key factor and a challenge for the future. Changing consumers and climate change are very close. So definitely we have a topic for next year, David, coordination among
yes.
all actors in wine tourism.
Yeah, we can suggest our friends from Rioja to think about that. Of course, there in La Rioja, they have a great experience of collaboration, the Rioja Alta wine route and Rioja Oriental wine route. So that's those great examples of collaboration between public and private.
Perfect. Climate change still as a big challenge as well, but definitely I think coordination, climate change, changing consumers and the economic crisis almost at the same level. And as David said, increased competition seems not to be an issue, which is very good and gives a lot of space to improve the coordination. So thank you everyone who participated either online and here. I think we have a lot of good ideas here to take forward the conference. We hope that also those will help you reflect in your own strategies. And we will give the floor back to Madalena to continue with the session. We're now going to learn about innovation in action. So Madalena, the floor is yours back. Thank you, everyone.
Grazie.
Well, thank you so much, Sandra, and thank you, David. I think it really was very interesting, this interaction, and a lot of thinking. So we are going to do another interesting meeting with, we're going to explore how wine tourism can be looked at through a new lens. To shed some light and give us some tips, it's my pleasure to welcome on stage from Germany, Miss Jana Kreilen, founder of The Wine Girl. Where is The Wine Girl? Hi, Jana. Welcome.
All right. Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Jana Kreilen. I am Canadian, based in Germany. And I am the founder of The Wine Girl, which is an internationally recognized wine communication and lifestyle blog. And I'm also, more recently, into the NFT and wine scene. I am a founding member of Club Divin and also the head of content for Club Divin, which is the world's premier NFT wine club, focusing on increasing transparency and disincentivizing fraud in the investment-grade wine scene. So I thought this would be an interesting opportunity to talk a little bit about that project as a use case, but also then I have a little bit of brainstorming kind of built into the presentation to give you some ideas about how we might be able to use NFTs and the functionality that comes with them, blockchain technology in general, to create opportunities in the tourism sector as well. So, first of all, what are NFTs? This is a really big question. I don't want anyone to be shy or feel like if you don't know what it is, you can't say, but I would really love to just see a show of hands. Who doesn't know what an NFT is? Okay, yeah, cool, fair. So it's a fairly new thing. There has been a lot of buzz in the news lately about NFTs. I'm going to explain more about what it is, and of course you can read here what's in the presentation. But NFTs kind of started in the digital art scene. So if you've ever heard of like Bored Ape Yacht Club or CryptoPunks, these were basically JPEGs, a digital image that sold for millions, which is very bizarre, but it's actually a really interesting concept. So what happens is with this digital art, people can actually create this piece of work and then sell it on, and every time the piece of art is sold, there's a royalty attached to it. So the artist always gets a cut of it, no matter how many times it trades on the secondary market. So that's just a little kind of surface explanation, but let's actually get into what an NFT is. So NFT stands for non-fungible token. All right, fungible, for example, would be like 2 $5 bills. It doesn't matter which one I have or you have, we could trade them, but we can use them the same way. We could both go to the shop and buy the same thing with a $5 bill. An NFT is non-fungible, which means it's unique, it's one of a kind. And what it is it's actually basically just a digital deed of ownership. So it's like a certificate that lives on a blockchain, and it's immutable, and it's public-facing. So it creates transparency. Each NFT is associated with a particular digital or physical asset, so you can actually attach NFTs to real physical goods. It doesn't just have to be something virtual or digital like a JPEG. And so actually attaching an NFT to something like a bottle of wine makes a lot of sense, and we will get into that later, and I'll explain why. So the ownership of an NFT is recorded on the blockchain and can be transferred by the owner, allowing NFTs to be easily sold and traded. The history of prior ownership is transparent and traceable. Blockchain technology enables NFTs to establish verified public proof that the assets they're connected to are original and authentic. So if you go to buy a house, this is the same all over the world. You might have to go into town hall, and there's this public ledger, right? A public real estate ledger. So if you buy a house from somebody, this gets updated in this book, right? And this is like a thing that anybody can go in and access, and it just gets updated every time somebody buys that house from somebody else. So they don't like erase it, right? They just update it. This is the previous owner, this is the new owner, and it's in a book. But if that building burns down and that book disappears, well, that sucks. So blockchain prevents that from happening. And it's very, very difficult to hack. All right. There's also been a lot of speculation around the whole digital art thing, where a lot of people find it to be very speculative. A lot of people think this is a make money quick thing, like a Ponzi scheme. But I really, really, really want to take this opportunity to separate NFTs from digital art, because that is not all they are. And there's also a lot of really great opportunities in that digital art scene, so I don't want to take away from that. But NFTs do things. They have functionality, okay? So you can also maybe the good example is actually to think about an NFT like a one-of-a-kind baseball card, right? Or a collectible bottle of wine if we're thinking about physical things that you can attach them to. And yeah, blockchain is programmable, or blockchains are programmable. So we can build in functionality through smart contracts. What a smart contract is it's a program that's stored on the blockchain that runs when predetermined conditions are met. Okay, so it's actually used to automate agreement executions. It creates certainty of outcome, and there's no intermediaries that waste time in the processes. So it's pretty instant and reliable. Okay, so we've established now that NFTs can do things. So what kind of problems can they solve for the wine industry? So we've got here Proof of provenance, transparency and trust in trading, disincentive to fraud, royalties, data, and rewards, and community building. We're going to dig into this a little deeper in a second. So the first use case example is Club Divin. As I was saying, I'm a founding member and head of content for Club Divin since January. Really, really fascinating project in the investment grade wine scene, but also in the experience sector. So actually really in the tourism sector as well. So the first thing that I'm going to do is give you 3 examples of kinds of NFTs, or actually just 3 examples of how you can use an NFT and how you can use the technology. So first thing is a utility NFT. A utility NFT grants the holder privileges, perks, and opportunities like a membership, okay? So you can think of this as like a digital key, right? It might give you permission to, any holder of this utility NFT can now interact in certain spaces online. They might be able to get into a physical, like a real concert, real life events. Or for example, there's a new restaurant in New York that is one of the pioneers in the travel marketing sector, where it's actually a membership dining experience. You can only attend the restaurant if you have the NFT membership. So yeah, a utility NFT does something. You can also access the community. There's exclusive offers that can be given. You might have access to exclusive content and things like that. These are transferable assets, okay? So you can sell them on the secondary market. For example, a membership to Club Divin, the first NFT within the business structure, is transferable. You can buy your membership. It's a one-time fee. But if you decide 6 months later, this isn't for me, I'm not really using it, you can just sell it on a secondary market like OpenSea or Rarible. And the idea is like cult wine clubs, for example, you know, like with Screaming Eagle or something like that. Like you might have to wait 10 years to get on the list to be a part of that wine club. And this is kind of the same idea. This is something that we hope at Club Divin that will be passed on through generations, because it does give you access everywhere. So Club Divin has a really impressive group of founding members who create a web all over the globe with 7 masters of wine and things like this. So people who are a member of Club Divin can use this network of founding members and get in anywhere in the wine world. So that's kind of what Club Divin is offering people. So very exclusive. So then let's talk about the second NFT, which is the digital cork. And this is where it gets really, really interesting in the investment grade wine scene. So the digital cork is literally the digital twin to the physical asset, okay? So what happens is, you know, NFC technology. Does anyone know what NFC technology is? Because I'm sure you're all using it and maybe you just don't know it. NFC technology, yes, you know? Okay, great. So basically if you pay with your phone, you know, you've got Apple Pay or whatever, and you go up and you scan that payment machine, that's NFC technology. So near field communication is what it stands for. So basically what's going to be happening, and a lot of the industry experts, for example, like Jane Anson, Richard Hemming, some of the top masters of wine, we believe that within the next 5 years, certainly within 10 years, all investment grade bottles of wine will have NFC tamper-proof technology attached to the bottle. And this will be done by the winemaker, and the winemaker, we believe, will have the choice to decide how they want to attach that to the bottle. So it could be that it's this little tamper-proof sticker that comes up underneath the label, and then what happens is this like opens up a transparent chain of custody. So you put this onto the bottle at the source, right? So at the estate, for example, and now this wine is verified authentic. It comes from the estate, or it comes from a pristine cellar like Robert Parker's personal collection, or it's been authentified by a third party like Sotheby's, for example, who we're also working with, to verify that it's the real one. It's not a fraudulent bottle of wine, because actually 20% of investment grade wines are fake. So big disincentive to fraud if you can verify that the wine is authentic with this technology, and then in that smart contract that belongs to the NFT attached to the bottle, you can track like every movement of that bottle of wine. It might stay at the cellar, it might stay at the estate, it might move into a bonded warehouse, and usually with investment grade wines, they trade about 3.2 times on the aftermarket, but often they don't even move. So that bottle of wine is sitting in a temperature-controlled, safe space, your investment is safe, the wine is in perfect condition still, and you can see who's owned it, when it moved, if it moved, and if it doesn't move in a proper way without temperature control or whatever, that contract is broken and the NFT is destroyed. So you've still got your bottle of wine, but you can no longer trade it with the NFT because the NFT proves provenance and proves that the wine has been in verified good condition. Okay. Also, what happens with the digital cork is every time that wine trades, like I was saying with digital art, you can build in a royalty. So the winemaker has the choice for the first time ever to actually participate in the value they create on the secondary market. This has never happened before, so this is a really big benefit for winemakers. So every time that bottle trades in the secondary market, they could have a 3%, a 5%, a 10%, whatever it is, royalty coming back to them, which gives them a great influx of cash flow to maybe fund new projects, plant new vineyards, could go to charity, whatever that is that they want to do with it. But yeah, Club Divin tasting token is verified proof of experience. So what happens is you finally open that bottle of wine. It's maybe traded a few times. You decide, I own the wine, I have the NFT, but I want to have that wine now shipped to me from a bonded warehouse in Bordeaux. It comes to my house, I want to open it, so I scan that NFC sticker. A little thing pops up on your phone and it says, do you want to digitally uncork the bottle? You swipe and you say, yes, I want to uncork it. The NFT is burned. That wine is no longer saleable, okay? You drank it. Awesome. So now that NFT turns into a soldier. It stays in your digital cellar, in the metaverse, in your phone. And then basically what happens is a QR code pops up on the phone, and you can pass that QR code to everybody you drank the wine with. And they instantly get a tasting token NFT, which is a non-transferable NFT. Your digital cork is transferable because it belongs to that physical asset, and that physical asset is saleable, right? But as soon as you open the wine, you can't sell it anymore, and you get the tasting tokens, you distribute them, and then basically what happens is you've got this proof of experience that's also verified. You really did drink that 2001 Chateau Palmer. You know, you have that verified experience. These are non-transferable in order to maintain authenticity. Right, the other great incentive for the tasting token is the data. So this is very interesting for winemakers and consumers alike. For winemakers, it's an incredible opportunity to connect with the end consumer at the point of consumption. Also, never happened in history, right? The wine world has been working the same way for 1,000 years. This is like, we're stepping into the future and we're giving more information than ever before, because what happens is all of these transparent movements in the chain of custody are public, right? So the winemaker can now go in and see, where did that bottle go? How long did somebody age it for? Where did it travel? How many people drank it? Was it one guy alone drinking the bottle, or did he drink it with 3 of his best friends, who now, he never had those people's information before. Usually, traditionally, a bottle of wine leaves the estate, maybe it goes to a distributor. From there, who knows, right? So now the winemaker can see where it goes, and he can now learn who his fans are that aren't even his customer yet. He can see every person that shared the bottle that didn't even buy it. This is really powerful information. And of course, privacy settings are probably something that people are wondering about, but it's your wallet address that shows up, right? So you can decide to change your name instead of your wallet address or have your information public, but you don't have to. So yes, and then grape-to-glass data for the consumer. When you have that tasting token, all of the metadata about the wine that you're drinking is built in. It's this beautiful video. For example, this is the way Club Divin does it. But Club Divin will not be the only company that's doing this, right? This is we think, the future of wine, and there will be competition. So yeah, it's very, very exciting. So it's a commemorative proof of experience, and you've got all that data. You can store your memories. You can personalize the video. This is a little video that shows up in your tasting journey that shows you a little bit about the winemaking. It shows you a little bit about the vintage. It shows you where you opened it, on what date, and with who. Okay. So this is a little bit more in-depth about Club Divin, and we will get into more tourism-related examples in a moment. So this is about the digital cork NFT. You've got deed of ownership, certificate of authenticity, chain of custody, royalty, and data, all right? So it's guaranteed authenticity and proof of provenance, even decades after the bottle has left the domain. Deed of ownership, the digital twin, as I said, connected to the bottle by a unique identifier, NFC, QR code, etc. That's up to the winemaker or the distributor if there's a third-party authenticator involved, right? And and that provides privilege, ownership, and can be traded whether the bottle is in a bonded warehouse, a personal cellar, or stored at the winery itself. The creative tells a story and can be visualized and shared as a virtual cellar. And that's just a picture next to it of what the Club Divin app looks like right now, so a little bit of visual. Authenticity and chain of custody transparently establishes the authenticity of a bottle, whether from the winemaker, an auction house, a trusted retailer, or a professional authenticator. This disincentivizes fraud and incentivizes careful provenance through broad transparency of ownership, storage conditions, transport, and more. And then you can see Maureen Downey down there at the bottom. She is the authority of disincentivizing wine fraud, or wine fraud in general, in the world. So if anyone's seen the movie Sour Grapes, for example, it's all about wine fraud. Very interesting. I encourage you to watch it. Yeah, that's basically her business. Okay, digital cork NFTs allow the holder to mint and distribute tasting token NFTs. Okay, so the tasting token, now you can see what I mean. You see the bottle of wine there, opened, and then a QR code pops up. If your friends don't have a crypto wallet or whatever, it's super slick. You don't even have to know anything about blockchain or be savvy at all to use it. You literally just scan the QR code. Divin builds you a wallet in less than 10 seconds and drops the NFT into your wallet. So it's really interesting because you actually don't even have to know that you're interacting with the technology. And I think that's really a powerful, powerful thing. One of the co-founders of Club Divin actually built out the entire NFT system and structure for the diamond industry. And anyone who's bought a diamond in the last 7 years, you might not know it, but you own an NFT. And that NFT, one connected to every diamond in the world, actually traces that diamond exactly back to where it was mined, right? So it's authentication. Oops. What is a tasting token NFT? We've talked about this a little. Visualize and share your tasting journey. Mint NFTs for friends you taste with. Rewards and incentives from the winemaker. So the winemaker can decide to say, hey, you seem like a fan of mine because you drank, maybe it's the winemaker at Petrus, right? And he's like, ooh, like you had 5 bottles of Petrus this year. Not bad. This is a good customer for me. I'm going to invite you to the winery with 2 of your friends, right? So any winemaker can decide what their incentives want to be. But we are working at Club Divin. We're working with some of the top winemakers in the world in the investment grade wine scene. Okay, visualize and share. Search, sort, and share metadata. Wines from Burgundy, wines I tasted with my spouse. So you'll actually be able to go into the app and sort when you're looking for things that you tasted and with who. And the creative is personalizable. And you can also share it instantly to Instagram soon. I know Instagram is testing that function right now about sharing NFTs instantly. They're rolling it out, I think, in the USA at the moment. So yeah, rewards and incentives. We talked about this. You've been invited to Chateau Palmer. How nice would that be? Data and community. Winemakers can track their wines from grape to glass and build community and build authentic community, right? Like find people that are actually the people that want to drink their wines and that are really interested. And then build experiences for those people. Tasting tokens are non-tradable and non-transferable to retain authenticity. So this is about building a platform for the next generation, and we will see how there's some examples about how we can incorporate this into wine tourism as well. So, major use cases of NFTs in the travel context. Okay, so there's a few examples here. This is actually a Lufthansa innovation chart, so very interesting. To see who's really looking into this. But loyalty programs, so we talked about membership NFTs, right? As part of a booking platform is an idea. Loyalty and rewards programs. There's some airlines already experimenting this. Air Baltic, for example, I flew with them yesterday, and I forgot to ask them about the NFT program, but I believe what they're doing is they are creating collectible NFTs, so like a digital souvenir, basically, for each main city that they fly to, and as a customer, you can collect these NFTs everywhere you go, and I believe they offer incentives, almost like air miles. And these can be transferable or non-transferable, right? Like you can trade your air miles, so there's no reason why it couldn't be that way, but there's lots of room for creativity here. Incentives for community. Again, this is like a loyalty or a reward system, right? So up to you what kind of partners you want to think about having and what kind of incentives those partners would offer. NFT fundraising models. this is really, really interesting. So an example that they use here actually is a nature conservation program in the Seychelles. So they're actually selling souvenir, like commemorative digital collectibles to raise money for the nature conservation. So there's also things like that you can do. Non-transferable government-issued documents and certificates are becoming very real. So for example, COVID passes, there's some countries that are already starting to think about NFTs because they are so hard to hack, thinking about using digital certificates. That would be blockchain technology, that would be an NFT. And actually, more specifically, that would be an SBT, it's called, a soul-bound token, because it's not transferable. So these are NFTs that actually are designed and created for your person and always stay with you. They cannot be traded. So for example, a birth certificate or a college degree, something like that, this is very likely to be the future of contracts and certificates and things like that. And then collectible NFTs, again, we've talked about this a few times, so commemorative, you can have incentives and things like that. All right. Another idea that I had the other day is thinking from a regional perspective. So if you have a wine region and you're thinking about how you can, create a reward system and partner with maybe the wineries and the restaurants or the tour guides in your region, you could almost like create a kind of like a stamp card idea where every winery has its NFT, and if somebody goes and visits these different wineries, they collect an NFT at each stop, or if they go to a certain restaurant, maybe they get an NFT, and it's almost like collecting points, right? So if you think about it from a regional perspective or even a country perspective, there's lots of ideas to incentivize people and give people status. People love status. Okay. Exploring opportunities in wine and tourism through NFTs by merging the virtual with the physical products and services. So, okay, so reaching the right people. We talked already about the data that comes with the tasting token and the digital cork, for example. So this is more data than there ever has been before, right? So if you harvest that data, if you harvest useful data, you can build and foster relationships with customers you didn't even know you had worldwide. That is extremely powerful for building authentic communities, right? And then offering meaningful incentives. Of course, we've talked about this a couple times, reward loyal customers with unique experiences, exclusive offers, and status through verified proof of experience. And these can be transferable or not, as I mentioned. Create innovative opportunities. So give people what they really want. With more available data than ever, you can curate and tailor experiences to fit what people are asking for. Build and promote healthy business ecosystems for the future. So encouraging synergies is really, really important, and this is also something that you can do using the data that you're hopefully looking into from the NFTs you're creating. So collaborating with like-minded communities and brands to create transferable allocation and experience NFTs, almost like a gift card or something, An allocation NFT is also something that we're working on with Club Divin, for example. Some top winemakers like Rajpar in the USA is doing a collaboration, an allocation token with us. So people can actually buy an allocation NFT, and that guarantees them that every year they get 6 bottles of his wine, right? And it's also great extra cash up front for the winemaker. Create, store and sell services in the form of NFTs, similar idea, and then gamifying and incentivizing travelers through collectible proof of experience NFTs again. So yeah, conclusion. NFTs enable new markets by allowing people to create and build upon new forms of ownership. They can instantly transform our experiences and content into verifiable assets that are easy to buy, sell, and access using the underlying blockchain as an enabler. All right, I hope that was interesting. If anybody has any questions, I'm not sure if I've already gone over time, but I see a hand up in the back. Hi.
Thank you very much. I was curious to know.
Thank you. think is the mic working?
Hi. I was curious to know what are the wine regions that have started using these technologies?
Yeah, good question. I'm actually not sure if any wine regions as a whole are starting with this yet, but hopefully there's a few people in this room that could initiate that. But I know a lot of wineries are already experimenting with it. For example, Robert Mondavi, Rajpar. You've got Massican Winery in Napa that's already doing it, Chateau Angelus. These are all wineries that are already working with NFTs, and I'm sure would be happy to partner with the regional bodies. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. I can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Very insightful. I understand, probably most of us can understand that you can track a bottle of wine with the NFC system and an NFT, but how can you do it in a diamond?
Well, I'm going to have to ask Badaj Shasavari, one of our co-founders. But I know he started with De Beers, and it was a really successful project. And he, in the end, his team at Boston Consultancy Group ended up building it out for the entire diamond industry. I can look into that. I'll send you an email.
Thank you.
No worries. Any other questions? I'm not sure if I'm way over time, so thank you guys so much, and yeah, feel free to reach out to me. I'm here.
Thank you so much, Anna. And this was really a smart presentation, so we are going to have a lot of data. And it's the subject of the next conversation, because how we can use this data to better understand the impact of wine tourism as well as wine tourists. So to answer the questions, I invite on stage Mrs. Sandra Carvao, Chief of Tourism Market Intelligence and Competitiveness. Hello, Sandra. And, of course, Giorgio Del Grosso, Head of Statistics Department, International Organization of Wine and Wine.
Thank you very much. I'm just realizing that you're going to see too much of myself today. It's very interesting that we actually come after this discussion about NFTs, because this is the example of how, well, in tourism and many other areas, the data, and I would say the traditional data, statistics, that we are trying to consolidate for wine tourism, and the opportunities of technology and big data can come together. But it also brings us back to say, what do we know about wine tourism in terms of data? And this is a little bit the objective of this session, and to explain what we are trying to do from the side of the World Tourism Organization and the Organization of Wine and Vine, with Giorgio here and the working group that we've created. When a journalist comes to me and says, well, we've heard wine tourism is growing, so how many wine tourism exists in the world? How many tourists? And I always say, oh, yeah, no, it's quite challenging because each country does have data, but there's no system that is uniform in all the countries that measures wine tourists in the same way, so we can't really say how many wine tourists exist in Europe. I would start in saying in Europe or in, the wine regions of the Americas. So we have that big challenge among ourselves. It also means that we do not track, so we do not know, yes, it is growing, we know it's growing interest because there's also growing supply, so I'm sure there is growing demand. We know in countries some data because there's organizations doing it, but we don't have that global system. So we took up this challenge as part of our memorandum of understanding with OIV, and we met last year, as it was mentioned, in Portugal, in Alentejo, and we've decided to create a working group representing our member states, so the tourism side, and the member states of OIV, so their respective entities, either ministries of agriculture or other entities who represent the wine world. And we said, okay, let's put group of people together, map where we are and see how we can, in the future, I know it's a challenging task and systems are very different in countries and capacity as well, but in the future, let's try and find at least one indicator that all wine countries can measure in the same way and that we somehow can compare and see the evolution. So the deliverables of the working group, and we're very happy to have countries already working in this, is a first step will be to map all the existing data and methodologies that exist at national level. So we've been working, and the colleagues from Chile have one system. In Spain, there's also an ongoing work in this area. We will hear observatory in Argentina also. So how each country is doing what, because we need to have that information first. And we hope that based on that, we can actually propose maybe, I would say, a progressive system of saying, the basic indicator that everyone would need to measure is this one. Then if you have the capacity to go beyond, then here's 2 or 3 more that you could measure. And give recommendations on the tools to do it, and also on possible best cases in terms of how to do it from a governance point of view. And hopefully in the future, when we stand here, we can actually say our estimate is that worldwide there is X number of people who actually visit a winery, because at this point in time, this is something that we cannot say. So those are the countries currently in the working group: Argentina, Chile, France, Georgia, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Netherlands, North Macedonia, Portugal, Slovenia, and Spain. So as I said, this is through our ministries, and we're very happy to have experts and representatives from these countries, and obviously we're very open to other representatives from other countries and their ministries to work with us. We've gathered online, as we all do these days, and we had our first physical meeting here actually, and it was very rewarding because I think we're starting to go down into some of the issues. And we also launched the first questionnaire to know exactly who's measuring what to the ministries of tourism, because we want only one country, one response, so that everyone is coordinated. And this is where we are at this point, and I'm going to invite Giorgio to share a little bit of what we found very preliminary from the survey results so far. Giorgio.
Thank you, Sandra. Buongiorno a tutti. So before going into the details of the survey, let me just thank you, the UNWTO and the Italian government, for the kind invitation to this beautiful event, which is, as always, very well organized. So I'm particularly happy to be here today to share the first results of this working group, which is doing a great job, and I would like to thank all the participants from both UNWTO and OIV side. I think it is a very important project, and as Sandra was saying, it's really frustrating for me that I'm the head of a statistics department when journalists, researchers, and analysts come to me and ask, okay, but do you have by and large an idea of what figures are we talking about? And so it is actually a big problem not to having data and reliable data. And it is a problem for researchers, for journalists, but even more for policymakers and decision makers that need to be able to base their decisions on sound and reliable data. So said that, back to the survey. So this is the very first area that we worked on with the working group. So it is a questionnaire on the state of the art of wine tourism measurement. It was divided in several sections to get as much information as possible. So we started with a general overview of what are the national plans and strategy in place in major wine producing countries. Then there is a core section, of course, dedicated to data. So in that case, we asked what kind of information is collected, what is the institution in charge of collecting this information, what is the methodology employed, what is the frequency of collecting this data, and so on and so forth. So to complement also the desk research that we are doing at the secretariat level, we also asked what are the most recent quantitative researches and studies in wine tourism in each of the countries that attended the survey. And finally, since the idea is to provide recommendations to our member states, we wanted to know what were the main obstacles and challenges when it comes to obtaining data on wine tourism. So we decided to keep the structure relatively easy and light. We have about 15 questions, and as Sandra was saying, we sent it in the end of August to the Ministry of Tourism. And now, given that the deadline is on the 15th of October, so far we received just answers from 8 countries. So please take these results as very partial and preliminary. But anyway, I think that the main results are quite in line with our expectations. So here is a first selection of results that provide a bit of a picture of what is going on in terms of data and wine tourism. So in about 2/3 of the countries that participated to this survey, there is no national policy plan or strategy specifically dedicated to wine tourism. In 3 countries out of 4, there is no systematic data collection in wine tourism, which means that they might do it once in a while, but in this case, I mean, it's not possible to create a time series, and therefore it's not possible to actually monitor the evolution of the wine tourism industry. And what is even more worrying is that in 50% of the cases, there is not even a program aiming at improving data collection in this field. And on top of this, in 50% of the respondents indicated that the most recent researches and studies on wine tourism are more than 2 years old, which means that not only countries do not collect data systematically, but also they have to rely on kind of outdated data. You can easily imagine how the situation has changed in the last 3 years. So, moving on, we also asked about the existence of indicators to measure the impact of wine tourism on Sustainable Development Goals, and the answer was that 70% of the respondents said that there are no indicators at all, something which is quite worrying because, I mean, we've seen in these days how important it would be to for example, have some kind of measurement of the sustainability of the sector. Now, when it comes to the obstacles and the main challenges, here is a non-exhaustive list of challenges that were listed by the respondents. So we have, from the wineries' point of view, we have a lack of human and financial resources. We all know how costly and how time-consuming is all the data collection process and filling up forms. So wineries are quite fed up with all this. And but what I'm more worried about is the lack of motivation for wineries to provide data. And this is a key point because I think it's an issue where I truly believe that international organizations like UNWTO and OIV have a role to play. We have to make wineries understand that it is truly beneficial to collect data and to share them. The analysis that we can make at aggregate level can really help the growth of the whole sector, and that is something that I hope, I mean, we will advance in this sense. Then another source of issues is that many times wineries collect data, but not in a homogeneous way. So each of them collect data in their own way, and which makes it impossible to aggregate and therefore to make further analysis. Furthermore, the highly diversified offer, meaning that we have to deal with a very heterogeneous landscape. We have very tiny wineries and wineries that are very big. So this creates a problem when it comes to data because we have actors with very different capacities, very different interests, and also so it's very difficult to provide a unique model for this very heterogeneous set of actors. And then there is a big problem that is probably the problem, that is the definition issue. So who is a wine tourist? How do we define it? Is it a tourist that have a glass of wine during his stay in a country? He is a tourist that goes and visit a winery, or a wine museum is enough? I mean, with the working group, we are trying to maybe work on a definition based on the definition that already exists of UNWTO, and maybe we will work a bit more on this. Of course, having a unique definition is absolutely the very first step to start an homogeneous data collection, of course. And finally, other two problems that emerged were the lack of cooperation and coordination at national level, so among the different actors that deal with the wine tourism and data. We saw that sometimes there is a lack of cooperation, and there is also, it is strictly linked, a lack of a consistent and systematic approach when it comes to data collection. So that I'm convinced that the current work that we are carrying on with the group will try to provide some useful recommendation to try to overcome this issue. And I think that we have a pretty good mix of expertise from academia, officials from both ministries of tourism and agriculture, as well as representative of wine tourism associations. So I think, but I hope that next year in Rioja we will be able to share more results and to have really a real impact in an area that really needs some data, some reliable data. So back to you, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. And this is the work that is going on, and we hope to count on all of you, because at the end of the day, obviously we can set recommendations, but the implementation is the challenging component. But as Giorgio said, we're very happy that we're bringing the two worlds together and try to make them work. So the next steps is we will finish our mapping of existing data with the survey. We will insist the countries that haven't answered the desk research, and we will be circulating a scoping paper to our group and provide the recommendations. Hopefully that document we can present officially at the next conference, saying, you know, this is what we would recommend, and then have it going through our circuits. And in the future, hopefully to have a pilot project in one country that would like to implement so that we can test the model. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you, Giorgio. And I will leave you again once with Maddalena. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's apparently the key word is always collaboration. So to improve our collaboration, I think it's time to get a little coffee break. Not more than 15 minutes, please, a real ristretto, because we are a little bit short of time. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's time to meet another interesting person and amazing presentation. All the way from the other side of the world, we have the privilege to have joining us today Miss Giulia Zuccardi, Hospitality Manager of Familia Zuccardi from Mendoza, Argentina. Family Zuccardi awarded Best Vineyards in the world for 2021 for Zuccardi Valle de Uco Winery. It's a family business founded in 1963. Today, from the vineyards and olive groves located in different areas of Mendoza, they are recognized locally and intentionally for the production of great wines and olive oils, which reach more than 60 countries on 5 continents. Today, Giulia oversees the tourism division of Familia Zuccardi with the goal of providing visitors an authentically Argentinian wine and cultural experience. Under Giulia's watch, both wineries offer many unique visitor experiences, including 3 restaurants, winery tours and tasting, hot air balloon rides, bike riding in the vineyards, cooking classes, an art cellar, and many other wine experiences. Please, Giulia, join the floor.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Julia Zuccardi y estoy a cargo del área de hospitalidad en Familia Zuccardi. Somos una bodega familiar fundada por mi abuelo en el año 63, ubicados en Mendoza, Argentina. Hoy tengo el honor de estar acá con ustedes porque una de las bodegas de la familia, Zuccardi Valle de Uco, fue reconocida como mejor bodega del mundo, mejor viñedo del mundo en los últimos 3 años, 2019, 2020 y 2021. Gracias. Este premio para nosotros ha sido un gran reconocimiento, una enorme alegría, y haberlo ganado 3 años consecutivos fue algo muy inesperado. Pero siempre en la familia nos gusta decir que nosotros no trabajamos para los premios, trabajamos para que nuestros consumidores y nuestros visitantes vivan una experiencia única. Ese es nuestro objetivo. Y si los premios vienen, mucho mejor, pero no vamos hacia eso. Y si bien la bodega premiada, que es esta, Zuccardi Valle de Uco, abrió sus puertas en el año 2016, en la familia venimos haciendo turismo del vino desde el año 2001. Y creo que un poco el resultado de este premio es a esa bodega, pero también tiene que ver con la trayectoria, con muchísimos años de investigación y con muchísimos años de desarrollo en el mundo del enoturismo. Por eso voy a compartir con ustedes nuestra historia, que de algún modo tiene mucho que ver con las consignas de esta conferencia. En nuestra familia, desde sus inicios, que les contaba fue mi abuelo, siempre tuvimos 3 propósitos muy claros. Son la columna vertebral de todo lo que hacemos. El primero es calidad, innovación y sostenibilidad. Calidad, nuestros vinos, nuestros aceites de oliva y todo lo que producimos en nuestros restaurantes o en materia de enoturismo debe ser de calidad. La calidad no se negocia. Innovación, nacimos como nuestra empresa o nuestra bodega nace a través de una innovación. Mi abuelo era ingeniero civil, no sabía absolutamente nada de vino. Vino del norte de Argentina a Mendoza. Nosotros, para los que no saben, Mendoza está ubicado en el centro oeste del país, al límite con Chile. Y vino a Mendoza a comercializar y a mostrar un sistema de riegos que estaba desarrollando, súper innovador para ese momento. Y bueno, de algún modo Mendoza ya era vitivinicultura y se enamora de la vitivinicultura, aprende y se queda. Entonces, en la historia de la empresa, la innovación ha sido como el punto de partida y ha sido siempre parte. Nos gusta innovar, nos gusta desafiarnos, nos gusta ir por caminos distintos y salir de la caja. Y el último es la sostenibilidad. De nuevo vuelvo a mis abuelos. Todos los que estamos acá, que trabajamos en vitivinicultura, sabemos que nuestra actividad está 100% ligada a la naturaleza. No somos nadie, dependemos 100% de la naturaleza. Y es por eso que mi abuelo siempre insistió, y fue algo que fue pasando de generación en generación, que es nuestra responsabilidad cuidar del medio ambiente y cuidar de nuestra gente, de nuestra comunidad, el lugar y la gente, como base de todo. Así que bueno, en absolutamente todo lo que hacemos, toda decisión nueva, todo producto nuevo, lo que sea, se toman en cuenta estos 3 propósitos y deben estar alineados con los 3. Si es con 2 no sirve, siempre con los 3 y vamos para adelante. Volviendo a la historia en turismo. En el año 2001 en Argentina no se hablaba del enoturismo, no existía, no era una actividad que sucedía, sí sabíamos y escuchábamos que estaba pasando en otros lugares del mundo, pero para nosotros no era una realidad. ¿Qué nos pasó? Empezó a llegar la gente a las bodegas, a nuestra bodega y a otras, y el visitante tocaba la puerta y decía, quiero conocer. Y bueno, y en ese momento un enólogo, un administrativo, alguien de la familia salía a mostrarles la bodega. Y fue ahí cuando dijimos, bueno, es momento, hay demanda, está sucediendo en el mundo, va a llegar. Y fuimos los primeros en abrir un espacio de visitas en Mendoza. Era un espacio muy chiquito donde quienes nos visitaban podían hacer una visita por nuestra bodega, que hoy es Bodega Santa Julia, en ese momento era Familia Zucardi, y degustar. Por suerte, en los siguientes meses y años, muchas bodegas se fueron sumando, lo cual hizo que Mendoza se empezara a posicionar como un destino de enoturismo. Porque, como nosotros siempre decimos, esto solo no lo hubiéramos hecho, tiene que ver con una red, con un montón de productores y bodegas que vieron que el enoturismo era el futuro. Y así Mendoza fue creciendo. Y nosotros también fuimos aprendiendo, profesionalizándonos y entendiendo. Y empezó a sonar algo, la gastronomía en bodegas. Año 2004, nosotros lo único que teníamos, visitas y degustación. En una hora quienes nos visitaban se iban. Y queríamos que se quedaran más, queríamos retenerlos, queríamos que tuvieran una experiencia más completa. En otros países ya se comía en bodegas. Entonces empezamos a pensar, ¿por qué no? Y así, sin ningún tipo de experiencia en gastronomía ni en servicio, pero sí con muchas ganas de innovar y hacer algo distinto, abrimos nuestro primer restaurante, que fue Casa del Visitante. Teníamos 2 cosas muy claras. Poco conocimiento, pero sí 2 cosas muy claras que estaban alineadas con nuestros propósitos. Y era, primero, que debíamos ofrecer gastronomía local. Si queríamos que quienes nos visitaran tuvieran un contacto cultural, porque el vino finalmente es cultura, debíamos ofrecer gastronomía local, debíamos potenciar productores locales y cocina local. Y el segundo y el más desafiante, y quizás del que hoy puedo decir con orgullo fue una gran decisión, fue decidir trabajar con gente de nuestra zona, gente rural. Arrancamos el restaurante con cocineros y personas camareros que venían del viñedo, que no tenían ningún conocimiento. Por supuesto que fue el camino más complicado, el más largo, pero hoy, después de 17 años con Casa del Visitante, puedo decir que tenemos mucha gente que comenzó en el 2004 con nosotros y que hoy permanece. Y eso es, creo, tiene mucho que ver con este propósito de sostenibilidad. Sabíamos que teníamos que darle a la comunidad que nos rodeaba, o sea, nuestra actividad debía impactar en ellos, y así fue. Bueno, empezamos con gastronomía, fuimos creciendo, fuimos profundizando, fuimos aprendiendo y seguimos pensando cómo hacer para potenciar la experiencia. Y empezamos a ver qué pasaba, qué quería el visitante. Siempre el espíritu ha sido escuchar, ver qué quiere la persona que nos visita. Y empezamos a ver que el visitante llegaba a Mendoza y ya no solo visitaba Familia Zucardi, visitaba 2, 3, 4, 5 bodegas. La oferta de Mendoza era muy amplia. Si bien cada bodega tenía su identidad, finalmente cuando llegaba a la bodega, y bueno, ya la visita era una más. Entonces empezamos a ver que el turismo en general iba hacia el mundo de la experiencia, al turismo de experiencia. Y aparece este concepto que para nosotros en ese momento era desconocido, pero sí veíamos que la gente quería ser parte, quería tocar, caminar, oler, y empezamos a pensar cómo hacer para que, además de lo que ya teníamos, sumar esto, y de nuevo sumar horas de permanencia en la bodega, porque al final nosotros queríamos que quienes nos visitaran se quedaran todo el día, que vivieran una experiencia completa con nuestros vinos, nuestra gastronomía y en nuestro lugar. Y así con los años, a partir del 2006, y fue paulatino, fuimos sumando actividades vivenciales. Y aparecen actividades como el Vení a cosechar, donde invitamos a la gente a ser parte de la cosecha, a aprender sobre esta actividad que es tan valiosa para nuestra industria. Vení a cocinar, donde el visitante no solo aprende sobre no solo prueba la gastronomía local, sino que mete mano, aprende a hacerla. Bike and Tasting, un recorrido por los viñedos donde degustan en un viñedo de Malbec y prueban distintos Malbec, y degustan en un viñedo de Chardonnay y prueban distintos Chardonnay. Curso de degustación. En Argentina recién en esa época se estaba empezando a hablar de la degustación y era algo súper nuevo y era algo desconocido, y empezamos a crear este programa para acercar a la gente al mundo de la degustación. Recorridos en autos antiguos, similar al recorrido en bicicleta, pero en autos antiguos. Picnic en los jardines, que es una actividad bastante conocida entre el mundo de las bodegas. Pero bueno, esto fue un camino, de a poco fuimos sumando. Hoy, actualmente en Bodega Santa Julia se pueden hacer todas estas actividades, se van sumando cada año más, y el propósito era siempre generar experiencias únicas relacionadas al mundo del vino, pero quizás desde otro lugar, desde un lugar más relajado, vivencial, que al final del día son las cosas que recordamos cuando viajamos y que no nos olvidamos. Esto, bueno, me salgo un poquito del turismo del vino, pero es parte de la historia. En el año fines del 2008, 2009, mi hermano Miguel comienza a hacer aceites de oliva. No era una actividad que teníamos en la familia, pero la olivicultura sí es una actividad muy importante en Mendoza. Y empieza a hacer aceites de oliva, y con los años, ya con la experiencia que teníamos en el enoturismo, ampliamos la experiencia hacia el mundo del aceite de oliva, que también es muy interesante. Y abrimos en el 2012 Paño Oliva, que fue nuestro segundo restaurante, y generamos actividades relacionadas con el mundo del aceite de oliva. Para que se den una idea, hasta ese momento todo sucedía en una misma finca, que hoy es Santa Julia. Hoy tenemos ambos restaurantes a 1,5 kilómetros de distancia, y quienes nos visitan no solo pueden visitar una bodega, degustar, almorzar, sino que pueden visitar una almazara, una planta de aceites de oliva, y conocer sobre el mundo del aceite de oliva. Y algo interesante que nos pasó, que fue cuando abrimos Paño Oliva, con mucho temor, porque pensábamos que iba a competir con el otro restaurante. Había claridad en que debían ser identidades bien distintas, de nuevo, buscando productos de la zona, productos locales y personal local. Y fue interesante porque en realidad, en vez de competir, nos potenció. Y hoy sucede que alguna vez soñamos que la gente se quedara a almorzar, y hoy de repente encontramos gente que vuelve, que hace un día la experiencia de vinos y al otro día hace la experiencia de aceites de oliva. Y la verdad que eso fue un gran salto para nosotros. Bueno, seguimos en este camino del enoturismo. Mi hermano Sebastián arranca a cultivar viñedos en el Valle de Uco. El Valle de Uco es una zona en el sur de Mendoza. Hoy es la zona, es el lugar donde se cultivan los mejores vinos de Argentina. Está al pie de la montaña, es un lugar hermosísimo. Y aparece esta palabra que también estuvo siempre, pero aparece con mucha fuerza, la palabra identidad, tanto en nuestros vinos como en nuestra experiencia. ¿Qué queremos contar? ¿Qué queremos mostrar? Queremos mostrar nuestro lugar, queremos mostrar lo que somos. Y empezamos a construir la bodega Zucardi Valle de Uco. Entonces, la palabra identidad era el norte. Hacíamos vinos de montaña, donde el lugar de origen era todo. Teníamos que ir hacia ese lugar. Y construimos una bodega, a nosotros nos gusta decir que la bodega es un homenaje a la montaña. La premisa era que la bodega se debía fusionar con el paisaje, no competir con el paisaje, debía ser parte. Entonces, todos los materiales que usamos para construirla son de la zona. Piedra, tierra, hormigón, todo absolutamente es de la zona. Y la vegetación es 100% nativa. Todo tenía que tener coherencia. Fue un proceso muy lindo donde la familia fue parte de todo, de punta a punta. Fue una bodega pensada desde un sueño, materializada con muchísima conciencia de lo que queríamos, con el objetivo bien claro. Y bueno, y a mí me tocó desarrollar el área de enoturismo. Les muestro algunas fotitos de la bodega. Y también abrimos un restaurante. Esta bodega está, para que se den una idea, de la otra a 200 kilómetros de distancia. Son zonas bien diferentes. Y bueno, en este camino, como yo siempre digo, a ver, nosotros seguimos aprendiendo. El enoturismo es una actividad muy cambiante, nos gusta ver qué pasa en el mundo, nos gusta traer ideas del mundo y darles nuestra identidad, que creo que es lo que hace que sean únicos. Y por último aparece un concepto que de nuevo siempre estuvo, pero quizás en estos últimos años ha sido muy claro en la familia, lugar y gente. Y para mí personalmente en la experiencia que quiero brindar a nuestros visitantes. Creo que hoy el visitante no es el mismo de cuando nosotros empezamos. Hoy el visitante, por suerte, tiene la posibilidad de visitar muchas bodegas, muchos destinos, y cuando llega a un destino, ya sea de vino o de lo que sea, quiere cultura, quiere una inmersión cultural, quiere conocer a la gente, quiere conocer su lugar, y nosotros tenemos que transmitir eso porque al final del día es lo que nos hace únicos y diferentes. Entonces ese es el camino que hemos emprendido, mostrar nuestro lugar y mostrar nuestra gente. Nuestra gente, de nuevo, en Zucardi Valleduco apostamos a formar gente de la zona, lo cual no fue fácil, una zona muy rural, poco desarrollada en enoturismo y en servicio, pero de nuevo creo que quizás es el camino más largo, pero el más gratificante, porque quien aprende, quien se siente parte, se queda y después es un embajador. Yo siempre digo que al final del día, para mí, el mejor halago o el mejor comentario que me puede hacer un visitante cuando se va es contarme con nombre y apellido quién fue la persona que lo atendió y que esa persona haya hecho un impacto. Para mí ese es el mejor halago. El paisaje, el edificio, todo eso suma. Pero si la persona que nos visitó al final del día se acordó quién lo atendió, cómo lo atendió, creo que el trabajo está bien hecho. Y si es gente de la zona, inevitablemente el traspaso cultural se hace. Gracias. Bueno, yo quería compartir con ustedes la experiencia, pero me gustaría bajar un poco estos conceptos o esto que he venido hablando a las consignas que se me dieron por la organización de la conferencia. Así que bueno, vamos a llevar un poco todo este camino a puntos concretos. ¿Cuál es el futuro del enoturismo para nosotros? Acá todo esto es experiencia y son percepciones personales, ¿no? El vino es diversidad y su origen es diverso. Diversidad es igual a identidad. Si nos enfocamos en mostrar nuestra identidad, vamos a hacer algo único, distinto y vamos a ser atractivos. Es inevitable. Continuar por el camino de la experiencia y la inmersión cultural. De nuevo, creo que es un camino a seguir profundizando. Y el vino no es solo lo que ocurre en la bodega o en el viñedo, es fruto de una cultura comunitaria y es fundamental integrar a esas comunidades a los proyectos turísticos. ¿Qué aprendimos de nuestra experiencia? Aprendimos que el amante del vino es curioso, valora lo distinto pero con sustancia, con contenido. O sea, no es lo mismo hacer una inversión enorme y mostrarla porque nos parece linda, sino contar una historia, que haya coherencia, que haya contenido. Yo creo que eso es lo que busca el visitante, busca lo emotivo. Hoy buscamos que las experiencias nos lleguen a la parte emocional. El turista del vino quiere sentirse, aunque sea por un instante, parte del lugar donde se encuentra, uno de nosotros. No solo quiere saber cómo se hace el vino o cómo es la región, sino que quiere aprender desde adentro, ser parte. No aplica la estandarización, lo que funciona en una región puede no funcionar en otra. Por eso tenemos que ser muy conscientes de dónde venimos. El impacto del turismo del vino en el destino. Somos generadores de bienestar y motores económicos, y creo que ahí está el corazón de la sustentabilidad. El vino, además de expresar la geografía y el paisaje del lugar del que proviene, es una manifestación cultural. El trabajo en equipo. Nuestra misión es acercar nuestras regiones al resto del mundo. Es importante un trabajo mancomunado. A mí no me sirve que me vaya bien a mí sola y no al resto. Y creo que ese ha sido un poco la clave del éxito de Mendoza como destino enoturístico. Somos muchos los que tiramos para el mismo lado. Somos muchos los que estamos orgullosos de lo que somos y queremos mostrarle al mundo qué es Argentina y cuáles son nuestros vinos. Y por último, nuestra gente es portadora de toda una antigua tradición vitivinícola y gastronómica que tenemos que valorar y exaltar. Bueno, para cerrar, simplemente decir que creo que el turismo del vino es una actividad súper cambiante, que lo más importante como prestadores es escuchar, leer, entender qué quiere el visitante. Pero en nuestra experiencia creemos que la clave del éxito realmente ha estado en contar o en mostrar de manera muy auténtica y con muchísimo orgullo quiénes somos y de dónde venimos, nuestro lugar y nuestra gente. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. I think that everybody in this room dreams to go soon to Mendoza to visit our friend Julia. And now it's time to look into the future of wine tourism from our next session. And to moderate the panel on wine tourism, understanding the future, it is my pleasure to welcome on stage Niklas Ridoff, CEO of WineTourist.com from Sweden. Please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's a pleasure for me to be here. As Magdalena said, my name is Niklas Ridoff. I'm the CEO of WineTourism.com, and we are a global online marketplace for wine tourists and travelers to find great wine experiences. Thank you to the UNWTO for organizing this, and thank you for you guys for taking your time and your schedules to be here. I'm your moderator for the session, Wine Tourism, Understanding the Future. And I'd like to begin with a few quotes to set the scene. I quote, "I cannot conceive of any vital disaster happening to this vessel. Modern shipbuilding has gone beyond that." This was the captain of the Titanic, Edward Smith. A second quote, "We don't like their sound, and guitar music is on the way out." This was Decca Records after saying no to the Beatles. So I shared these quotes to illustrate how hard it can be to predict the future. Nonetheless, that is what we're going to do today. We will be talking about the future of wine tourism, what it could look like, and what are the major trends and undercurrents that are shaping this future. To help me in this quest, I have the pleasure and privilege of being accompanied by a panel of experts from all across the wine tourism world. And they are Sophia Ruiz Kavanaugh. An applause, please. Sophia, thank you, Sophia. Sophia is from Argentina. She's the CEO of WineObs. WineObs is an end-to-end solution specialized in wine tourism, digital communication, and smart online reservations management for visitors and providers. Thank you, Sophia. Next up, we have Martin Lullier from France. Martin. Thank you, Martin. Martin is the head of Wine Tourism France at Atout France. Atout France, the national tourism development agency, is responsible for boosting France's competitiveness and appeal as a destination. Then we have Luca Balbiano from Italy. Hi, Luca. Luca is the CEO at Balbiano Winery, and he's the president at Urban Vineyards Association. The Urban Vineyards Association was born with the aim of protecting the rural, historical, and natural heritage represented by urban vineyards and enhancing this heritage from a cultural and touristic point of view. Luca, welcome. Next up, we have Antonio P. Curto from Portugal. Hi, Antonio. Antonio is the CEO and founder of Ale Wine. Ale Wine is the essential wine traveler app where you can create your very own winescape. Thank you, Antonio. And last, but certainly not least, we have Santiago Vivanco from Spain. Hi, Santiago. Santiago is the president of the Vivanco Wine Culture Museum Foundation. The Vivanco Wine Culture Museum is a hallmark of Rioja, a vast museum and vineyard complex with the goal to educate, to teach, spread, and interact with wine as a civilizing element, always acting from experience, sensitivity, respect, and innovation. So a warm welcome to all of our speakers. and I will sit down. I'd like to jump right in with our first question. And I'll give all the speakers an opportunity to answer this. It's a round robin. There has been no shortage of world events to feed into a vision of the future. The COVID pandemic, the ensuing rapid digitalization and fundamental change in online behavior, the war in Ukraine, rampant inflation, a looming energy crisis, and the signs of an emerging European, and some would say global recession. Given all of this, I ask, how do you see the future of wine tourism? Sophia, would you do the honor of starting us off?
Of course, thank you. Well, I think this is kind of a tricky question, and as I am the only woman in the panel, I feel like the witch, you know, with the crystal ball, watching future, so it's fun. But I do see a very wide future for wine tourism, and very prosperous as well. But I see I think that in the future, segmentation would be the key for us to continue growing, and for wine tourists to keep joining the world of wine in general. I see two different segmentations. In Argentina, we've seen after the pandemic crisis that people is not longer going or taking holidays, long holidays, like 15 days in a destination from beach and sun, but they are doing like short getaways. And you know, in Argentina, we have many wine regions. So almost every province is close to a wine region, which is very good. So the newbies, that they perceive the world of wine as really complex, they are now having these short getaways to wine regions, and they want to enter the world of wine through experiences, because the new paradigm is, live the moment. And they want to experience these kind of experiences where knowledge is low. You know, we need to bring wine like in a really easy way for people to understand and to invite them in. And on the other hand, we always have the wine lover, which is still growing, and more people is getting in love with wine, which is also very good to all of us here. And I think we also need to design in the future experiences for both kinds of visitors. So differentiation within wineries and the design of experiences should be thought towards these two very different profiles, you know. Wine lovers will be looking each day like much more precise kind of wines and producers. So identity is the key to be able to provide this kind of experience for them to be happy, as well as the newbies, who are also always welcome.
Thank you. And I'm going to continue with Luca. We're doing it a bit organically here to keep everyone on their toes. Luca, what do you have to say?
Thank you, Nicholas. First of all, I want to thank UNWTO and the Italian government, and obviously Enid, for this invitation, because for a wine producer of a tiny winery, is being here today is a gift with you. Before being president of Urban Vineyards Association, I'm a wine producer actually. So I measure personally the importance of the touristic component in our wine world, and the importance, the fundamental importance on the sustainability and subsistence and survival of our industry. When I started working in my family's winery, something like 15 years ago, the wine world was very different, and the wine tourism as well. We wine producers used to be only wine producers, so we needed to do the wine, and that's it. Then we had a very strict intermediation. So we had importers, distributors, retailers that used to sell our wines and to pass our messages. I think that the pandemic has taught us a very important lesson in that sense. Now we discovered that we must talk directly to our consumers and to people. And this is very important in that sense, because it changed so much the wine world in communicating the wines. And fortunately, nowadays we can host visitors and tourists in our wineries again, so which is the best place and the best way ever to tell about our wines that is not having them directly in our wineries, to show them physically how we do the work, what are we doing, all the efforts that we put in making it sustainable, making it differently, and that makes a very big difference, also economically speaking, because you can show them why maybe your wine is a little bit more expensive than another one, and why probably a €1 a bottle wine is not that sustainable at the end. Now is asked to us not only to be wine producers, but also to be communicators, to be frontmen, to be influencers sometimes. So probably we went beyond, we went too far, because at the end we have to remember to ourselves that as wine producers, we must be the keeper of our lands, of our territory. And this doesn't mean building walls or building boundaries, but means keeping alive the uniqueness of our lands and open them to the world. So wine tourism, in my opinion, will play a very important, a fundamental role to the growth of the whole sector, of the whole wine sector, but just if it will be able to carefully balance the needs of the tourist and the needs of the territory. And it will have to do so on many levels. So socially, culturally, environmentally, and obviously economically.
Thank you, Luke. Yeah, I picked up on something you said in the middle there. What is sustainability worth? I think it's a question that we should be asking ourselves, of course. I'm going to jump down to you, Santi. How would you answer that question? How do you see the future of wine tourism?
Yo voy a hablar en español, disculpadme. ¿Cómo veo el enoturismo en el futuro? La verdad que veo que cada vez se está consolidando más. Es una realidad que todos lo vemos. Cada vez se está haciendo más y mejor enoturismo. Pero me preocupa mucho también la situación geopolítica que hay ahora mundial. Me preocupa la crisis. Los hombres somos capaces de hacer lo mejor y lo peor. Hay una estupidez humana innata en nosotros que nos hace en un momento que estamos bien y disfrutando y que estamos teniendo éxitos, vivir también momentos como los vividos de la pandemia o vivir en momentos que estamos viviendo ahora con problemas políticos y de guerras, que nos generan muchas dudas en el día a día para el trabajar en las bodegas y trabajar en el enoturismo. Y me preocupa también si vamos a ser capaces en el futuro de equilibrar los dos públicos, el público maduro, que es el que viene ahora a hacer enoturismo y que ya sabemos.
However, I'd like to share a certain form of optimism in terms of growth in wine tourism. And despite what was said in terms of statistics, which I totally agree with, I still have some numbers to share with you regarding wine tourism in France prior to COVID. And we know that we had a great year in 2022. We're probably back on par with what we did in 2019. And we know there's an upward trend. But prior to COVID, wine tourism in France was 10 million wine tourists a year, and roughly 5.2 billion just generated in revenue. A strong proportion of these tourists were foreign tourists, 48%, And we now know that there are more than 11,000 wineries open to visits in France, which represents an incrementation of around 10% since our last measures a few years ago. We also know there's huge potential as France welcomes a little around 90 million foreign tourists a year. When you add domestic tourism to that, you know that there is a great potential. And we know we've picked up because we've seen the level of investments into the sector this year rise again. So it's the prospects are quite good, and this is how I see wine tourism in the future, quite big and bold.
Thank you, Martin. A silver lining of hope there, at the very least. And then finally, Antonio, if I may ask you, how do you see the future of wine tourism?
Sure. Thank you, Nicholas. So first of all, good morning to everybody, and thank you for the nice invitation to be here. Well, I'm going to avoid the war, the politicals, and I'm going to jump a little bit to what I see how the future is going to be more on the demand and the supply side. So first of all, I see it bright. This is a growing market. We have more and more people wanting to come and to have wine experience, wine tourism. So I see it, and I'm sorry if I'm going to be provocative, I see keeping more or less the wine and increasing the value of the tourism and moving the tourism more to hospitality. We need to evolve the concept. No, we don't have always wine tourists, we have a lot of wine travelers. So the wine's still there, and we need to understand better a little bit what the travelers want and what they consume in a different day. So obviously that as Martin has said, the individualization of the experience is obvious for any business. You know, we need to understand, if possible, we would segment individually each one of us. We cannot do that. So we need to go into your first words, we need to segment and to understand how can we address the different needs. But we need to do that looking to the past and seeing what people look to the future as well, why they seek in the future. There is from 1998 a very interesting paper called Welcome to Experience Economy by two authors, Pine and Gilmore, and at that time they put in a paper what everybody knows. So commodities have a small value, then if you go to goods, the value increases, but is not yet where we want to be, and then you have the service, and then we reach experience that we were discussing here. Probably the two words I heard more in these 2 days was experience, sustainability, which is good. In my view, we need to evolve as well from experience. There is another thing, I think we have another barrier to break more than experience, and that's called emotion. Whenever you offer something to anyone, to one you love, the thing that you're most going to collect from that moment is what he felt. What emotion do you provoke to people? If you can provoke good emotions or bad emotions, depend what people want. Some people like to be very close to a cliff. I personally don't want, so it would be a bad emotion for me. Some people pay for that. So we need to go from the experience to emotions. There are the emotions that are going to make experience memorable. So think a little bit ahead and try to understand what kind of emotion can we provoke to our customer. So wrapping up, I see wine tourism jumping more and more and more, and people thinking this as something that they cannot do every day, but when they do it, it's going to be memorable.
Great. Thank you so much, Antonio. So that was setting the scene quite nicely, I think. And I want to build on what everybody touched, especially you, Santiago, touched upon, and that is technology. What role can we see that technology will play more specifically in the development of wine tourism? Can you start us off?
El rol de la tecnología. Creo que la tecnología es una herramienta, un aliado, pero no hay que ver la tecnología como un fin en sí. Eso es importante. Y creo que la tecnología ha llegado desde luego y está presente y va a estar cada vez más presente. Y creo que es importante ver que está en el antes del enoturismo. La comercialización es imprescindible ahora, las plataformas digitales que se han creado para ayudar al visitante a elegir el destino. Yo creo que eso es una herramienta tecnológica muy válida y muy importante. Las visitas virtuales. Nosotros en Vivanco fuimos los primeros en Rioja y los primeros en España en hacer la visita virtual al museo, ya que la gente en la pandemia no podía venir a vernos. Lo que hicimos fue hacer la visita al museo y a la bodega virtual. que después luego también les ha servido también para el departamento de exportación, para gente que no puede venir a visitarnos, el poder recorrer y realmente sentirte dentro de la bodega y poder navegar por ella, a la gente nos está dando el feedback es muy bueno, y lo que permite también es personalizar la visita, porque la gente antes de venir al museo o a la bodega, lo que ha hecho ya es hacer una visita virtual y ya puede elegir sus puntos o sus piezas seleccionadas a las que quiere dedicar su tiempo. Durante la experiencia son importantísimas la tecnología, el uso de aplicaciones para los idiomas. Los idiomas ahora ya con la tecnología no es un problema, podemos traducir a cualquier idioma y adaptar la visita a cualquier idioma. Luego también la gente joven es un público mucho más visual, y también las aplicaciones a través de nuestro smartphone o a través de tablet ya no es una audioguía solo de sonido, también necesita a la gente ver vídeos que expliquen cómo funcionan los procesos y cómo la gente, si no llega en el momento de la vendimia, pues por ejemplo, ver cómo realmente se vendimia. Eso creo que es importante. Y luego en el después, en el momento de finalizar la visita, ahí la tecnología también es una pieza clave, porque nos ayuda a mantener viva la relación entre el visitante y la marca y la bodega. Si queremos realmente hacer embajadores y gente que se enamore de nuestra marca y nuestra bodega, es muy importante que luego creemos elementos que mantengan esa relación. Y creo que la tecnología ahí puede ayudar muchísimo a través de todas las herramientas online, clubs online, catas virtuales. Yo creo que hay mucho contenido. Y luego no quiero olvidar que el metaverso, no solo ya los NFTs que hemos hablado antes, sino el metaverso creo que es algo que realmente todos nos da miedo, pero va a llegar y tenemos que estar preparados. El metaverso va a ser otra realidad, pero que tenemos que estar preparados en el turismo para integrarlo.
Thank you so much, Santiago. I look forward to the Vivanco metaverse. It's going to be very exciting. Antonio, would you like us to could you give us your view on the same question?
Santiago made my life easier, so he said everything, basically. But if I would wrap up what you said, technology in this context, and in my perspective, in most of the context, it works to connect people, to make people more together and to allow us to be all here. We all are here because we're not living here because we have technology, so we could come here because of that. And as I said as well, I see it in the wine tourism as before and after. So a way to simplify people's life, to simplify the way we reach the place, to simplify the way we can take the best of that experience/emotion. So if we would put the technology in the right place, I would say that basically it allows us to focus on the essential. It should allow us to focus on the essential by simplifying the what is not essential. Some of you are getting the translation due to technology. Otherwise, we would not be able to focus on the content. We would be able to focus on trying to understand, which is not the right thing to have here. And basically, is this one. So we need the technology to make us get the time what is essential to do, either in wine tourism or in life.
Thank you so much, Antonio. Martin, I want to ask you the same question. What do you think is the role of technology?
Yeah, so probably one of the big areas where technology already has a big impact and will continue to have a big impact on wine tourism is distribution. We're all more or less digital natives now. We tend to go online to do most things. We prepare our trip, we book, we cancel our holidays online. We've seen digital platforms that curate and ease the going to market of the wine tourism offer appear. And there is a profound change in customer habits, right? I mean, we tend to book and cancel at the last minute. We require instant and permanent availabilities, and we tend to leave reviews now and to consult these reviews prior to booking. So in turn, this has a profound effect on the wine tourism industry, as operators have had to adapt to these changes. They've had to learn how to use the tools. They've also had to manage their inventory in terms of available time slots for visits a lot more. And they've had to manage reviews. They have to build an online presence and occupy that space. And in all this area, data is probably key, and it will continue to be key in the coming years.
I totally agree. It's more of a prerequisite than a nice thing to have, right? You've got to be on that boat. I want to jump a little bit and talk about something that's been brought up consistently, and which is an inextricable part of the future, sustainability, which we've all talked about. And so in the context of looking into the future, I want to ask, how do we advance sustainability in wine tourism? A question that's been asked here many times, and I'd love to hear it from you guys. Luca, what's your view on how do we advance sustainability in wine tourism? Do we have another one?
Okay, thank you. Well, we heard so many interesting opinions in the last 2 days answering that question, which is pretty complicated. In my opinion, well, I believe that sustainability on wine tourism must go through a great work, great educational and cultural work. Because maybe before making wine tourism really sustainable, it's probably necessary to make sustainability a real priority. As long as having a sustainable approach is considered as an optional feature by customers and suppliers as well, we will be forever many Don Quixote fighting windmills, which are pretty sustainable, by the way. So to reverse the trend, or maybe to enhance the good trend, I think that it will be more and more important to communicate the small, big efforts that the wine world is putting on making the wine world and the wine tourism world sustainable, maybe giving back to Mother Nature some of its kindness, and inspiring those who wants to approach to the wine world with a natural sense of respect. Because in my opinion, respect is the best form ever of sustainability.
Thank you, Luca. Sophia, can I ask you, what is your view on sustainability in the future of wine tourism?
Okay. This is working. Thank you. Well, I have like a kind of controversial thought about this.
Good, good.
I'm kind of afraid. No, I'm kidding. I think we should all have these matters in our agenda, but I know that sometimes speaking of sustainability could sound really overwhelming, you know. Yesterday, a person from Moldova asked or made a comment after a panel speaking, and she said that many times we use the word sustainability much more than the effort put on sustainability. And I agree a little bit with that, but I think this is the situation right now because we feel overwhelmed. So what I personally decided to do within my company is to start slowly, but to start. So there are 17 ODS. Is that the right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so 17 ODS. We don't need to address them all. Just pick one or two and start with little actions. But if all of us decide little actions, all of these afterwards put together, we are making a change. So this is my thought on environmental part of sustainability. But here comes the but. Sorry.
Oh, no, so go on.
The controversial but is that I think on wine tourism, our biggest goal should be to address social impact. Social is the key to our industry. We can go to the best winery or chateau with the best building, the best architecture, the best landscape. But if our tour guide is not happy, or if she or he is in a bad mood, our experience goes down. So I agree very much, as Carlo Petrini said yesterday, that we need to make people happy. We need to work a lot with our people, make them aware of all the benefits that wine tourism brings to the community, and start working with them to feel proud about people coming to our little towns to get to know how we do things. Identity, bring out identity, make them proud of identity, and make them want to feel host to the tourists. And I think also by training our own people, we could address as well environmental matters. Because there's no point, for instance, as a winemaker, I have worked in many wineries, and I saw in many cases, for instance, I know the right word is not garbage, it's garbage separation. How do you say that?
Oh, like waste management.
Waste management, thank you. There's no point on doing waste management in the winery, and then people working in the winery goes home and put all the waste together. So training people from our winery and addressing also environmental through social will be the key for wine tourism.
So, very insightful, thank you. Sophia, can I ask you, is it one way of putting this then that we have the tools, it's a matter of putting in the hours? Another perspective would be to say that it's still a bit unclear what are our goals and methods for working with sustainability, which is still a valid question, but I understand it here that you're saying, well, maybe it's also a matter of actually investing in, we kind of know what to do, but we have to dedicate time to it, and that was brought up from another perspective. Is that another way of looking at what you said?
Of course, we need to put this in our agenda and always put it with actions. Little actions, small, a little bit, and start from there. And then it will be a huge thing, and wine tourism will be sustainable.
Perfect, thank you so much. Jumping once again then to another perspective about the future, the consumer, and what role the consumer, and especially consumer preferences, may play in the future of wine tourism in particular. I'd like to ask, what are some consumer trends that you think will impact and shape the future of wine tourism? And may I begin by asking you, Maltan, what you think about this question, the consumer trends?
Yep. Sure, so we've covered sustainability, but I'd like to stress that, there's no way around it. Especially after the summer we've had in Europe, the hot summer we had, sustainability is probably by far the major consumer trend to contend with. Apart from that, I'd also like to stress the importance of getting the basics right, especially in this day and age of reviews. So covering your basics, getting them right is really important. That is to say, having a great welcome. The quality of wine as well is a prerequisite, and even if we know that wine tourists tend to be willing to pay for visits, they're also looking for value for money experiences. So that's the first trend I would cover. The second one would be the fact that a visit and a tasting is just not enough anymore. We've seen offers that are a lot more complex than they were before. There is, hotels that are getting into the mix, restaurants, experiences, and there's a massive trend into the complexification of the wine tourism offer. There's also a trend for consumers to ask for more wine knowledge. In general, the wine tasting is not a simple wine anymore. It tends to be a vertical tasting, a parcel tasting, anything you can think of. But there is this trend towards a more complex and a more knowledgeable audience.
Thank you, Maltan. Can I ask quickly? I picked up on two keys there, maybe value for money, and the other one is the complexification of the actual experience. Does this put the wine producer or the wine tourist experience provider in a tougher spot? I'm thinking it's more value for money and more complexification are the expectations from the future consumer.
Don't get me wrong, when I say value for money, it doesn't mean cheap. It just means that you have to provide content that's in an adequation with the price you're asking for.
Yeah. So maybe complexification might actually make life easier in that sense.
Absolutely.
Nice. Thank you, Martin. Santiago, I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think are some of the consumer trends that will impact the future of wine tourism?
Gracias. Sobre las tendencias de los consumidores y cómo influyen en el turismo, quería reflexionar, dejar por lo menos abiertas unas preguntas y creo que todos estamos de acuerdo que estamos en el momento en que más rápido están cambiando las cosas en el mundo. Hay unas innovaciones y hay que estar pendiente de las noticias cada día porque realmente el mundo va más rápido que nunca. Y las tendencias también, porque antes realmente teníamos unos referentes, unos influencers, alguien que marcaba las tendencias, pero ahora vemos que los influencers realmente en Instagram, cualquiera que escribe en sus redes o en lo que sea, al final se transforman en influencers. En el mundo del vino, por ejemplo, que era muy claro, casi tenía un monopolio, Parker era el que marcaba las tendencias en el mundo del vino, ahora no, ahora hay muchísimos más gente que emite opinión y que crea tendencia. En el mundo del enoturismo condiciona mucho las tendencias del consumidor, también la evolución que está sufriendo la gastronomía. Yo para mí considero que el enoturismo, el turismo del vino, es una parte de un turismo mucho mayor que es el turismo gastronómico. Y está habiendo realmente grandes revoluciones y tenemos que estar atentos para ver cómo adaptarnos. Y en nuestro caso, y yo creo que en el caso de todos, pero por ejemplo en su caso y en Rioja, el comprobar, cuando empezamos el mundo del vino era muy machista, era eminentemente de hombres, pero a día de hoy hay más visitantes mujeres que hombres. Ha habido que adaptarse y hay que transformar en el turismo y dar un perfil mucho más femenino que masculino. Por ejemplo, también en Rioja, que estábamos especializados en tintos, ha habido que transformarnos y adaptarnos a la influencia que tiene ahora el blanco. El blanco se consume en el mundo más que el tinto y nos ha requerido a las bodegas hacer unos cambios, producir vinos y añadir vinos en las degustaciones adaptados a esos gustos. Luego, otra de las tendencias de los consumidores, pero que más me desconcierta, es la gente joven, porque yo estoy pendiente de mis hijos y de la gente joven, pero es que es tan rápido cómo evolucionan, van mucho más rápidos ellos que nosotros. Y me cuesta entender cómo adaptarnos y a la rapidez que ellos demandan. Y otra cosa que la pandemia nos ha hecho tener muy en cuenta, y por nosotros en Vivanco y yo creo que para todo el enoturismo mundial, sabemos que la mayoría de los visitantes que vienen a vernos son urbanitas, son gente que vive en ciudades. Nosotros en La Rioja recibimos principalmente gente de Barcelona y de Madrid, o de Bilbao, pero de ciudades grandes. Y la pandemia se ha hecho algo, es valorar muchísimo más el campo, la naturaleza. Entonces, yo creo que esa tendencia nueva de la sostenibilidad, del contacto con el campo, con el medio ambiente, es algo que ha venido para quedar. Y nosotros, por ejemplo, queremos potenciar muchísimo más las visitas al viñedo y al campo y estar menos en el interior de la bodega o de los espacios que tenemos.
Thank you so much, Santiago. So something good came out of the pandemic, at least in that sense, that it forced us into a change of behavior. Sophia, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. What do you think are some consumer trends that will impact the future?
Sure, I'll be happy to answer. Well, as I said before, and as Santi said as well, there's a new paradigm on how to experience life, not also wine tourism. And I think it was like beautifully capitalized yesterday, but by the winery we visited. I don't know, Santi was with me. We went to Hic et Nunc, which we learned yesterday that in Latin means here and now. So this is the new paradigm, enjoying here and now. We are not anymore saving for the future, for I don't know what, whatever it's going to come, we don't know. We want to enjoy now, we want to get knowledge now, and we are looking forward to experiences that make or give ourselves a treat by experiences. So in the past, you know, you had a birthday or anything, and you will give the host or the people who's celebrating a gift. Now many people is giving experiences as a gift, because the best thing we can do is enjoy the moment. So within this paradigm, people is looking forward to, well, many concepts that we've been talking about in these days, like slow food and slow experiences, slow travel. But there's also like a bigger concept that englobes this, that is being local. I want to travel slow, I want to live experiences, but I want to get in touch with local people. And again, here, as Julia said on the prior presentation, identity comes in again as a crucial concept that we should work really hard on.
Thank you, Sophia. I wanted to ask one last question. I think we're good for time, so hopefully we have some more questions from you guys and from the audience. I wanted to ask, what are some of the keys you guys think to create a wine tourism destination in the future, a wine tourism destination that is inclusive, creative, and sustainable? So kind of combining all of the things we've talked about today. And I'd like to ask Antonio, if you'd like to begin, what do you think these keys are to make an experience inclusive, creative, and sustainable?
Very good. So I think again, and it's obvious, the keys are on people, and the keys are on us. We need to start walking the talk. So yesterday we talked a lot about sustainability. Yesterday we keep talking about sustainability. Very good. How many of us, since we wake up in this morning, had a practice that will enhance sustainability? So how many of us, after take the shower, hang the towel to make sure that tomorrow I can reuse it again? So when we start thinking this kind of stuff in our daily practice, we'll be able to create a more inclusive and a more integrated approach on sustainability. But going a little bit more direct, the question is that we have essentially 4 dimensions on the sustainability, and we need to plan according to them. So we have the social dimension, the economic dimension, the cultural dimension, and obviously the environmental dimension. Most of the time, we and the companies and the enterprise, they communicate a lot their environmental, but they think a lot on the economic sustainability. So because whatever you want or not, we need to have economy sustainability to make sure we keep on the business tomorrow, and then we can have the enough resources to keep investing on sustainability and to keep on business. So looking into that, actually I'm part of a research group on wine business, and lately we are discussing a little bit, as everybody, sustainability, and we are developing a new framework which we put another dimension. So basically we dig in on these 4 dimensions, and we talk about safety and health. We need to make sure that everything around us is safety and health to the people that visit the winery, and we have the full lens of safe and healthy for our customers. Education, which is critical. We need to educate not just our guests, but our suppliers, our partners, the whole stakeholders in the channel need to be on the same page when we talk about sustainability. Otherwise, we're going to have a breach and things going to fall down. We need to have equality and access when we think about people that are coming to visit us. Most of the places still not have access for people with low mobility. So we need to think as well in that. That's a sustainable approach to our community. Then, obviously, climate action, which is usually what is more communicated and is people immediately think about on sustainability, more on the climate action and what can we do to preserve, as already said, the Mother Earth. Also, the economic growth. It's very important, and I was hearing the previous presentation saying that they, since the very beginning, when they sought to set a new winery or a business, they sought to integrate the community to make sure that they could share the value that they are creating with the community. That's a very smart, and very well thought strategy, because it's the only way. When we think about in some places of wine tourism, they are so isolated, so in the countryside, that if you don't create a community that gravitates around our unit, it's not going to work. I was said I come from Portugal. Some of the most successful wine tourism in Portugal, they are not close to the big cities. They are away. They have a lot of difficulties to get people to work with them, so they create a community. They create their own spaces to people to feel that they can be part of the project and they are not just workers. So they create a sustainable community that can work over there. Then as well, the industry and infrastructure that is around us, it's another stakeholder. We need to involve them on the sustainable practice. We need to make sure that they understand and they live as well the same motto and the same objective. So that we need to create on and build on that as well. More on the side of the customer, the responsible consumption. We need to make sure that the people, when they are with us, they have this kind of practice, they think about this, but when they leave as well our unit, they take a message. So the only way we can be in a world that is more sustainable is to keep this practice for the future.
Sorry, Antonio, because we have a compressed time schedule, it turns out.
I'm going to finish immediately,
yes.
just last sentence. So, and then just to wrap up all this, make sure that we keep all the stakeholders on the same vision, and then we will be able to, from the economic perspective, to attract people because we are being a role model on the sustainable business.
Thank you so much. I wanted to, it turns out we won't have time for a Q&A, unfortunately, but I wanted to give the last word to you, Luca, and to get your reflection on the same question. What are the keys to creating these experiences?
Okay. Well, if you're asking me about the keys to create a wine tourism destination which is inclusive, creative, and sustainable, I can answer the question with 2 words: urban vineyards. Well, I'm joking, but well, we have funded the Urban Vineyard Association to enhance unique places that embody all those 3 characteristics. We're talking about urban vineyards, often reborn by their own ashes and wanted by people and organizations who bet on beauty. And today we welcome 11 vineyards around the world, which are in the very center of the city, but that share many things more than just simply being in the middle of a city. We're talking about cities like Turin, Milan, Paris, Venice, Palermo, Catania, New York, and so on. And they are small diamonds encrusted in the gray of concrete of the cities of the metropolis. And they are a symbol of resilience and beauty, obviously. And they are the physical demonstration, the physical proof that nothing is impossible, because if a urban vineyard can survive, we can survive all. So they are inclusive because they are first of all places of sociality, and this is very important to us. They are creative because they offer a new scheme for wine tourism. It's something pretty disruptive, and they are absolutely sustainable because tell me how many other vineyards you can visit by having a walk in the middle of a city. So more sustainable than that, I don't know. I will never tire of saying that making a good wine today is necessary but not sufficient condition to sell it. So we must create emotion, just like Antonio said earlier, through quality, but also and above all through the story that is behind that bottle of wine. Because at the end, wine without the beauty of its history is just a drink.
Thank you so much. I wish we had more time, but I want a big round of applause for all of our fantastic speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And I encourage you all to come up and look for them afterwards and ask all of your questions, because there's a lot of good insights here. So thank you so much.
Nicholas, and it was really a brilliant conversation, amazing suggestions and ideas. So let's go further. We are getting close to ending the overall discussion and how wine tourism can be more creative, more innovative, and more sustainable. I'm pleased to invite on the stage Ms. Alessandra Priante, UNWTO Regional Director for Europe, who will moderate the high-level debate on the future of wine tourism. Buongiorno, Alessandra.
Good morning, thank you very much. I don't want to see people leaving, because this is time to rock and roll now. I'm sorry we're missing wine. This is 12:18, you know, we're getting close to lunch, so aperitivo Italian style. But I'm sure that we're all going to build the appetite for it. I would like to, without any further ado, I would like to call on stage my esteemed speakers, Mr. Ilin Dimitrov, Minister of Tourism of Bulgaria. And please, when I invite you to sit, take your seat starting from my extreme left. Thank you very much. Ms. Mariam Krivishvili, Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. Ms. Sofia Zakaraki, Deputy Minister of Tourism of Greece. Mr. Massimo Garavaglia, Minister of Tourism of Italy. Mr. Sergiu Prodan, Minister of Culture and Tourism of Moldova. Ms. Rita Marques, Secretary of State for Tourism, Commerce and Services of Portugal. Mr. Federico Pedini Amati, Minister of Tourism, Post Cooperation and Expo of San Marino. And Ms. Tatiana Matic, Minister of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications of Serbia. Thank you very much. I will be standing. If I need to move, I do have my microphone. Thank you very much, ministers. Okay, now, I would like to start with, you guys all took note of the beautiful people that we have here in this panel. We're very honored. Thank you very much. And I would like to acknowledge the fantastic balance that we have here on this stage. We have 4 women and 4 men, which is beautiful.
Perfect balance.
So, can I have just a quick entertainment element to be projected here on screen? Thank you very much. Okay, so everybody has a mobile phone in the room, no? Yes. So please please put your phone either on the QR code that you see there or go to slido.com and insert that number. I'm going to give you just a few seconds because you will be able to enter a poll. And I think, ministers, this is going to be interesting. Yeah?
Questions?
Everybody ready? Good. Okay, let's start with the first question. Okay. Which of the following activities are part of wine tourism? Vineyard and winery tours, getting to see the wine production line, wine tasting, wine museums tours, all of the above. Please answer quickly. Thank you very, very much. And if you think you need more time, tell us, we'll fix it. Okay, does everybody need more time? Okay, can we rerun it? Nodar, can you please go back? Will that be possible? Please. So before starting it, there we go. So please click on the one you consider as part of wine tourism. Thank you very, very much. Okay, well, that was pretty evident. So next question, please. Which country has the biggest wine tourism market? France, Germany, Italy, New Zealand, South Africa, USA. Okay, what are the results? France. Wait. I want to stop here. Italy. We're in Italy, and now the poll says that the biggest wine tourism market is in France. Now, this is an issue I think you guys should think about. So, next question, please. Which country would you visit to experience wine tourism? We're going to run this twice, so you will get to be used to the list that we have, okay? Bulgaria, Georgia, Greece, Italy, Moldova, Portugal, San Marino, Serbia, and I guess there's another one in the bottom that I'm not seeing? Yes.
All the above.
Thank you very much. All of the above. Now, of course, please do not all of the above this question. I mean, be precise.
Georgia.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh my God. And we swear there's no bribery happening here, yeah? So, everybody happy? Italians, are you happy this is what's happening? Yeah?
Non mi sono votato.
Great. So thank you very much. So we have of course, we always have to do a little competition on the ones that are answering the most. But I think, thank you very much for this, Nodar. I think we're done with our Slido. We just wanted to break the ice a little bit because here we will be talking about, I mean, we have the privilege of having ministers with us. So, and I'm very happy that Sophia is doing exactly what everyone should be doing, taking a video.
Yes.
And by the way, for your information, I would like to officially announce that there's the self-nominated trio of the wine tourism conferences is Georgia, Greece, and Portugal. So I think you can welcome to the trio Serbia, which makes you 4 leading ladies in wine tourism destinations. So you've all seen the results. Quite interesting, no? So in terms of design, unexpected. Mm-hmm. And maybe most of the time, this is the beauty about tourism. But I would like to start with all of you to ask you a question. Do you think there is governance in wine tourism? Do you think it's needed? Do you think there's enough? Do you think wine tourism should not be governed or be under the strategy? What is your opinion? Please be very straightforward. I mean, yes, we definitely want to hear what's going on in your country, but this is the place of your opinions. This is free. We're just being broadcasted live on the UNWTO channel, so no problem. No one's listening to us, so feel free to, I'm just joking, obviously. And I would like to, for this part, I would like to start with our Minister of Bulgaria, Ilin Dimitrov. What do you think? Wine tourism needs governance. Do we have enough? Do you have enough in your country, or do you need more?
Hi, I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much. First, the Minister of Tourism of Bulgaria wants to turn Bulgaria into a preferred destination for 4 seasons. And this is not without the help of the wine tourism, because we have summer tourism, we have winter tourism, and now we want to expand to wine tourism. I saw that we have 0%, shame on you, visited Bulgaria. And this is a good news for us, because if we increase with 2%, we're going to have 200% increase. So we have absolutely fascinating vineyards. Please visit us. We have traditions vineyards. We have traditions, and everything this is put into the beautiful nature. So of course, government must support this. Government must stay behind wine tourism, because it will change the way how we think about tourism. We have 2 ways. First is sustainability, as we speak, everybody, but we have an example. We have a resort, I can say the names, I think, Albena, where we have 100% sustainability. What it means? We produce the food, we produce the wine, we produce the electricity. So wine is a big part of this. We support it. Also, we have wine tours, we have wine paths, absolutely full support of the country.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Dimitrov. And as you've seen, there is an open invitation to go to Bulgaria because the problem most of the times is to associate the country. I mean, once again, you've seen the result in France. I mean, if I'm an Italian winemaker or I'm from the wine industry in Italy, I want to kill myself, because my biggest competitor, France, was, in the eyes of everyone, the most well-known market. So it's also about getting to know your destination as a wine destination. So maybe building a brand around it. Something that Georgia definitely has done super well, because you started with being the original land where wine was born. And also, many of you might not know, but this is also where the whole idea of the Global Wine Tourism Conference was conceived, in Georgia. This is where it all started. So Mariam, being so, let's say, in a way, advanced and privileged, because Georgia wine definitely are well known, do you think you need more governance, better governance? What would you say?
First of all, greetings to everyone. It is, as always, my great pleasure to be part of such an important event, and my sincere gratitude to UNWTO Secretary General and the great team has always been doing an amazing job in getting all of us together and discussing matters that are always priority as times are changing. Well, these 2 days, I think we've all been having very interesting conversations about wine and wine tourism, and I think majority of us, if not all, we agree that interference and management of governments is crucial when it comes to further development of tourism products. And of course, the role of all governments is key, because it is our purpose to identify opportunities, and it is our purpose to ensure that opportunities are shifted into success stories. And if we take Georgia as an example, we have very vivid and clear strategy put on paper. How are we aiming and planning to further develop already well-developed wine industry, but also wine industry as one of the components and major components of our tourism sector. Yes, we are lucky and we're blessed to be a country which is birthplace of wine, and I was really aiming that Georgia would end up on #1 chosen list, because if you're a wine lover, if you're a traveler, and if you're an active tourist, I believe that first thing you should want to explore is the country which was the birthplace of wine. So I will continue the invitation line from our dear colleague from Bulgaria. And of course, I hope that next time Georgia will have another round of opportunity to host a wine conference back in Georgia.
Fantastic. Well, that sounds like a plan. Sophia, what about you? I mean, you have in your portfolio as well, in your personal, professional experience, you also have a lot of focus on education. So do you think, governance-wise, first of all, this is something where you're doing okay or you need more?
Well, actually, I separate governance to government. So definitely, first of all, grazie per l'ospitalità, Città di Alba, Province Piemonte. Thank you for the amazing hospitality, UNWTO, the organization, and everybody who has actually traveled far away or not that far away to be here. And I think we've all gained so much, or definitely incentives to take back home, a lot of takeaways. So number one, yes, we need governors, not too much. What I mean that we are led by the initiatives of the private sector. And the private sector has asked for us for a council on wine tourism. We're about to legislate, Alessandra, that we have one. Up until now, we have a national committee on wine tourism. To get the ministers together, it's not that easy, always. The private sector is leading the way. We are there to enable and lift barriers to entry. What do? We have introduced the seal for wine tourism. I'm in this happy place to announce that during the past year and a half, that our strategy for wine tourism has been in elaboration. 15 new wineries have asked and applied and got the new seal for wine tourism, which makes them 113, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the government can make a difference. Now, what about the human capital? I listened to Sophia saying before that, the tourist guide may be feeling a little bit, upset, angry, or the tour may not go that well as far as wine tourism. What about knowing what they need to show? So that's why we incorporated in the curricula of our tourist guide schools, that it is our under jurisdiction, different curricula for thematic approach of tourism, different curricula for wine tourism. We're making a lot of effort with tourism education, and this special aspect of approach in tourism is very much in the heart of our effort. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Well, yeah, education is definitely one of the keys, and for many, especially at the UNWTO, it could be the turning point.
And now we have the funding. We have the funding because it is the beginning of the RRF, the Resilience Fund. We are using 46 million of them for digital seminars. And of course, we are using also technical assistance by the European Commission in order to facilitate all these developments.
Thank you, Sophia. So, Massimo, we're talking about European funds. Italy and Spain are the top two in terms of percentage of the PNRR dedicated to tourism. And you specifically have and are going to, you worked on it for a lot of time with your team, for the first wine and gastronomy strategic plan. That's a big thing, no?
Sì, certo, perché serve organizzazione. Quello che serve è organizzazione e strategia. Mi spiego, faccio un esempio così ci capiamo. Cinque Terre, conosciuto in tutto il mondo, un sito bellissimo, però come mai è sito UNESCO? Perché per il vino sono stati fatti terrazzamenti, facendo i terrazzamenti questo sito è magnifico. Quindi lì hai i terrazzamenti per il vino e l'agricoltura, il sito è bellissimo e c'è turismo anche perché il sito è bellissimo. Quindi le cose sono strettamente collegate se parliamo di paesaggio. Per cui se parliamo di enoturismo e turismo in generale, se pensiamo all'Italia, i grandi numeri li fanno le spiagge, il mare, lo sci in montagna, e allora perché investire nell'enoturismo? Per due ordini di motivi. Tre, anzi. Uno, perché ci sono dei siti dove non c'è il mare. Questo è un posto bellissimo e uno viene qui e fa enoturismo. Bene. Due, perché c'è una connessione rispetto ad altri siti. Uno va al mare, dice bene, però voglio passare una bella mezza giornata o una giornata o un paio di giornate a vedere qualcosa di diverso e quindi faccio enoturismo. 3, che è strettamente collegato però a tutto, il discorso che è stato fatto in questi giorni, il turista è cambiato. L'abbiamo visto nella call to action che hanno fatto i ragazzi proprio nel congresso di Sorrento. Soprattutto le nuove generazioni vogliono qualcosa di diverso, vogliono un turismo diverso, rispettoso dell'ambiente, che ti consenta di capire come si vive in un paese. E l'esperienza enoturistica è la porta di accesso proprio per capire come si vive in un paese. L'abbiamo dato ieri il dato. Il 90% dei turisti che viene in Italia fa un'esperienza enogastronomica, enoturistica e quindi deve essere di alta qualità. Se mantieni l'alta qualità in un settore che è strategico, questo si distribuisce su tutta l'offerta turistica. E questo chiaramente è importante. È per quello che vogliamo raggiungere i livelli di chi è oggi ancora avanti a noi, però noi abbiamo ampi margini di miglioramento. E questo è sicuramente importante. Ma poi soprattutto si intercetta quella sostenibilità di cui tanto si parla, che però poi va declinata in azioni concrete. E l'azione concreta è riuscire a distribuire i flussi turistici fuori dai normali percorsi, che è esattamente quello che vuole il nuovo turista, in particolare i giovani, quindi escursionismo, cicloturismo, il cosiddetto turismo lento, che ancora non ha i grandi numeri del turismo di massa, ma sempre più le cose vanno allineandosi. Per quello serve organizzazione e strategia.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yeah, indeed. Organization and strategy, definitely. Not every country has the luck of, being strong enough to push for that, but it's important that everyone is recognizing how crucial this is in order to change the face of tourism, something that we at UNWTO are very committed at supporting you at a policy level to make sure this is well understood. Interesting enough, no? In Italy, for example, it's always been separated. Culture is culture, and then there's the rest of tourism. But in Moldova, with Sergiu Prodan, it's culture and tourism are together, and one of your main cultural products, I would say, is wine, isn't it, Minister?
Grazie Alessandra. Prima di tutto io voglio dire un grande mille grazie, ringraziare tutti chi hanno lavorato per organizzare questa conferenza. Il Ministro Massimo Garavaglio, il Ministero del Turismo d'Italia, la città di Alba, l'autorità regionale di Piemonte e tutti. E per questa opportunità di parlare in questo panello. As about your question, Moldavians have been making wine more than 5,000 years. Maybe only Georgia is older in this activity. Maybe Greece, I don't know, we will see.
Oops.
We have, and by the way, thank you for your 4% of intention to visit Moldova. It's a big point for us because, for a small country, 4% of over the world is too much for us to it's a very good result.
It's over tourism.
Yes,
Minister.
it's over tourism. Thank you. We have a largest wine collection, more than 2 million bottles. We have a most large underground galleries, wine galleries. It's about 160 kilometers of wine gallery. To get from one point to other, you must take the car or the bus, all electrical, obviously. So I'm asking myself, what is this about? About industry, maybe, why not? About agriculture, of course, but not only. First of all, it's about culture and heritage. So this is why we in the Republic of Moldova put together the Ministry of Culture with Ministry of Tourism, because we believe in a synergy of three pillars of tourism in general and wine tourism especially. So we must have, first of all, the wine production. Wine production is a culture also. And diversity of offer of grape and wine, like Saperavi in Georgia or Rara Neagră in the Republic of Moldova and Romania. The second one is creative industries and culture, and the third is local communities. I was deeply impressed yesterday by the message of Mr. Petrini about the impact of tourism, and especially of wine tourism, on local communities. Because tourism is not about wine consumption. Consumption. It's about, first of all, it's about communication. And communication, that's mean our culture and our heritage, which must be put in the front of the line, in the top of the line. Dobbiamo mettere la cultura e il patrimonio nel fronte della nostra attività.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess, you see, I guess there is a lot of consensus on that, Minister. So I think this poll is much more than 4%. So well done on that.
Thank you.
Rita, oh my God, everyone wants to come to Portugal. So I'm gonna take you the other way. I'm not gonna ask you about the governance of tourism. This conference last year was in Alentejo in Portugal, actually. So we are coming from there. And since there, you have evolved a lot. But what is missing, you think? What is it that you can do more in Portugal?
Well, first of all, thank you.
More or better?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me. Thank you for having us. Great panel, great friends. With very bold visions about wine tourism, so it's also very, very inspirational to all of us to be here and to learn with you guys. My deepest gratitude to you, Alexandra. You've been doing a great job in Europe with the UNWTO and, of course, our dear Secretary General, dear Zorab. I think, as it has been said before, UNWTO has been leading the way after the very two harsh years that really had a huge, huge impact in the tourism sector. So thank you for that. And also thank you to Alba and to Piemonte, to Massimo, my dear friend. We have been living amazing days, a great experience, so keep on fighting. And try to put Italy beating France and winning that game. Well, going back to the question, what's missing? Yes, we do have a strategy for a couple of years, so we don't miss the strategy. We have a perfect alignment between the public and the private sector, always trying to improve it, though. And you asked before if public policy was important. Yes, it's important, but at different levels, national level, regional level, because here in the wine industry, in the wine tourism industry, regions really, are keen, and they really should be part of the equation. So it might be missing, a little bit of that in Portugal, because we do have 3 UNESCO sites, wine sites. We do have Douro, we do have Coa up in the north, we do have Pico in the Azores Islands, but they have their own characteristics. And so, although we do have a national broad strategy for wine tourism, we have to include in that national strategy the special characteristics of each terroir. And that needs to be worked really in, I would say, in a more vivid way. So we do have the strategy, we do have the public and private sector partnership that's very bold and vivid, as I was telling you. We do have a great product, because it's, it's wine, we need to have a great product. So basically we are doing our way. We know that nowadays Portugal is taking the lead as far as sustainability and all that, but we need to continue to train people and to work on value-added services. And this is the key point, in my opinion. So we need more tourists, that's for sure, but we need a better tourists. And what is really a better tourism is the one that respects the communities, that engage with local communities, that wants to learn more about Portugal or Douro or Coa or Pico in the Açores Islands. And so what's missing right now, I would say, I would pinpoint these two factors. So first, regional and national level needs to be pretty much aligned as far as the strategy, the wine tourism strategy is concerned. And second, we need to foster, continue foster and to instigate people coming to Portugal, but to engage local communities and be most sustainable in that sense.
Fantastic. So definitely when it comes to wine, the social part of sustainability.
Absolutely.
No, it stands out as really crucial, right? So we need the communities to be sure that we're developing. Thank you very much, Rita. I was taking note of all the words because as well after this, my colleague Sandra will be doing the wrap-up, so we need basic and important messages coming from here. And you also mentioned something, all of you sort of mentioned something related to communication, right? How important it is to get to know and to market it well. And so yesterday, for example, we learned that there's we actually drank beautiful wine from San Marino. So I would like to ask Minister Pedini Amati, that has been so active in tourism for San Marino, how much are you going to invest in your, let's say, wine and gastronomy offer in San Marino to attract more tourists?
Allora, intanto grazie. Saluto con piacere il segretario generale Zurab Polikashvili, Alessandra, ringrazio tutti voi, UNWTO, che ancora una volta è riuscita a mettere in campo una brillante e interessante momento di confronto tra ministri. Il ministro Garavaglia è un amico, devo dire che per l'Italia ha fatto moltissimo e sta facendo moltissimo, e tutti i ministri colleghi che a vario titolo, come dire, collaborano assieme a San Marino e vicendevolmente San Marino collabora con loro. Appunto, noi e la Bulgaria in questo caso, San Marino e la Bulgaria ha preso 0, ma intanto c'è un dato, voglio dire, che non ci siamo votati, e quindi voglio dire, è già importante questo. Il secondo dato è che ci siamo detti che visto che non vuol venire nessuno, io vado in Bulgaria e il ministro bulgaro viene a San Marino, quindi siamo già in 2 a viaggiare tra i nostri paesi. E la terza cosa è quella che hai detto tu, cioè io ieri sono andato nelle cantine Ceretto, invitato da questa bellissima cantina piemontese di Alba assieme al ministro Garavaglia e ai colleghi ministri, e che cosa ho fatto? Cioè quando qualcuno non viene, quando la montagna non va da Maometto, è Maometto che va alla montagna, e quindi io mi sono portato dietro il vino di San Marino e l'ho fatto assaggiare perlomeno ai miei colleghi e amici ministri. E lì, questo per dire che cosa? Che c'è un'importazione del vino tra le persone e la somministrazione di cibi e bevande, più in generale, tra cui l'enogastronomia, e c'è un'esportazione dei prodotti tipici, tra cui il vino, che noi possiamo tranquillamente esportare. E tant'è vero che ieri questo è avvenuto. Quindi voglio dire, è un valore aggiunto che ci consente di farci conoscere nel mondo il prodotto della vinicoltura. Devo dire che in Italia, in Piemonte anche, c'è una grandissima passione su questo prodotto, non che negli altri stati non ci sia, ma badate bene che l'Italia, in quello che è stato, come dire, il sondaggio, arrivava per seconda, ma in realtà tutti sappiamo che se la può giocare tra i primissimi posti assolutamente. E in Italia c'è anche San Marino, e chi di voi non è venuto a San Marino semplicemente si è perso qualcosa, perché provate voi in 60 km quadrati a produrre 620.000 bottiglie, avere una cantina vinicola, avere qualcosa, un vino sangiovese perlomeno buono, non voglio dire eccellente, ma dal mio punto di vista è eccellente, addirittura con i nomi dei castelli del nostro paese. Quindi chi di voi non ha votato San Marino si è perso qualcosa e lo aspettiamo in Repubblica, non è niente, insomma.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Grazie.
Absolutely. I have some good news for the two of you. First of all, our next regional commission of the UNWTO for the region of Europe is going to be exactly in Bulgaria. So
Congratulations.
Ilin will be welcoming all of you, so you have no excuse to go and visit. And
We're
definitely,
going to prepare some wonderful wine, and after the next call, I really expect to be above 10%.
please bear in mind that we at UNWTO normally do some technical visits before the event, so get the wine
Just
ready
like that,
as well in advance, because we like to taste it. Thank you very much. We're looking forward for that. And you're completely right. You had the courage to come out and say, in one of the most beautiful, you were not intimidated, and you got at least 10 countries who learned, first of all, that, including me, I have to say, that there's awesome wine from San Marino. So definitely, you are the proof that communicating well is a great element when you want to get your destination known. And talking about communication, Minister Matic, Tatiana, I mean, you also have broadcasting and information in your portfolio. How much more communication does Serbia need in terms of wine, and what have you been doing lately?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for giving me opportunity to talk about this very important topic, especially when we talk about the communication, because this is very important, especially for the Serbia, having in mind our recent history and all the problems that we have communicating with the world. So when we speak about the wine tourism in Serbia, yes, we have communicating a lot of in the recent couple of years, and just a couple of weeks ago we had one marvelous wine fair in Belgrade. It was a regional wine fair. It was the part of one regional initiative, Open Balkan Initiative. The Wine Vision was the name of this fair.
What was it called?
Wine Vision. Wine Vision of the
Nice.
Open Balkan. And just as you said, the communication is very important, because Serbia is now communicating in quite another way. And what we are doing is not just promoting Serbian wines, and I must say that thanks to the government policy in the last 10, but especially 6 years, we have done a lot in promoting our wines, and especially in motivating our producers to produce wineries. So I will just say that thanks to the government subsidies in the last 6 years, we have doubled the producers of wines. So right now we have 430 producers of wine, and indeed we have some excellent wine which we could see at this great wine fair that we had. But the most important thing that we have right now is the fact that regionally we have one new brand that we think that is very important, this Open Balkan Initiative, and this wine route that we want to promote, which is wine route of the Open Balkan. In fact, together with our neighbors, with the Albanian wineries and with North Macedonia and Serbian wineries, we want to make one new brand, and we want to promote Open Balkan wineries, because we think that as a region we can make one new touristic and winery brand and compete with the great wineries from Italy, France and Portugal. So Serbia now is really communicating in one new way, not just promoting itself, but also promoting the region, which we think it is very important to do.
Great, Minister. Thank you very much. Definitely, the Balkans regionally, I mean, you have the European Union, and then you have the Balkans who are creating this common language and possibly developing a common product. This is great. This is great, and you're definitely going to become a benchmark for many of us, because definitely we're good at competing. I think the biggest challenge is working together, right?
Yes.
And to make sure that we're going towards the same direction. Thank you very much, Minister. Now, this is the official first round, but those of you who are familiar with our way of conducting, we also like to break the rules a little bit. So yesterday we talked about neural marketing, okay? And I want to challenge you with some very personal questions. I didn't want to make a poll because, as Minister Pedini Amati said, the poll was for the audience. The questions are for you. And I'm going to start with you, Minister. Do not think about your answer. Answer with your guts, okay? If I say color and wine, what color comes to your mind?
Red.
Rosso.
Could be any color of the rainbow, huh? Any color of the rainbow. Don't limit yourself to the colors of wine.
Pink.
My question is where? In Italy or in Moldova?
No, you're thinking, not good. Guts, Sergio.
Every
color. Which
every
color?
color. Every color. It's most important with people to.
So,
bianco. Grazie. In Italia, bianco.
Okay. White,
Bianco.
which is a non-color white. So you're going to have to give me a color. I'm not going to leave until you give me a color. Think. Blue.
White.
White.
Yeah.
The non-color. Okay, great. Massimo.
Bianco, white.
Okay.
White.
Okay.
Red.
Okay.
Beautiful red Mavrut wine.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it was an interesting balance. I think Rita just got it. Rosé, of course, she's a woman, so it has to be rosé somewhere. Once again, Ilin, I'm going to start with you. Close your eyes and smell. What are you smelling?
Cheese.
Cheese. Okay. Mariam.
Okay. Rose.
Rose.
Yes.
Flowers.
Yes.
Excellent. Sofia.
Pepper.
What? Pepper?
Yeah.
Okay. Massimo.
È difficile. Vabbè, fragola.
Strawberry. Ah, beautiful fruits. Sergio.
Non lo so come si dice in italiano, Beaujolais. The smell of yesterday in this winery.
Okay,
the fresh
Beaujolais.
wine
Okay.
producing.
Vino Novello. Okay, all right,
Vino
that thing.
Novello.
Okay, I think we're all familiar with that. Rita.
Truffle.
Saffron.
Truffle.
Truffle.
Cos'è?
We got a winner here, yeah? Che se chiudi gli occhi,
No, ma che cosa ha detto?
che odore sei? Tartufo?
Lo volevo dire io, me l'ha
Ah, so
fregato.
you're
Era
gonna have to
semplice,
change, you're gonna have to
non
change.
ero sicuro. Ma
Questo
qui
è
c'è
un
il
complimento
profumo-
per
qui-
la zona.
Qui c'è il profumo della pace, tra virgolette, nel senso che queste colline, questa visione bellissima di Alba, c'è un sapore tutto suo, il sapore di Alba, insomma, via.
I would personally like, my very favorite of today is this, the smell of peace, you know, il profumo della pace. A big round of applause to this. I think we need peace, definitely, absolutely, Ministro. Thank you very much for saying this. Tatiana, what are you smelling? What is it?
Vanilla.
Vanilla. Okay, that's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, we have food, but nobody minerals, pepper, yeah? That makes a lot of sense. And what are you smelling? Humanity. Oh, wow. Deep people this morning. I'm so amazed. What a great audience. Huh, Pao? That's amazing, right? It's all about human feelings. One small, serious question before I close up with another neuromarketing sort of motivation. If you could give me one word of the one thing that you would go to your prime minister, like this afternoon, you will pick your phone or say, okay, this is what we need, and not necessarily and only in wine tourism. What do we need for tourism? What is it, Tatiana?
Subsidies.
Subsidies, money. Okay, Ministro.
Collaborare, sono fortemente
Collaboration.
convinto che da soli non si vinca, insieme si vince.
Okay. Rita.
People.
Okay. Sergio.
Understanding of opportunities, which means wine tourism.
Okay, so listen to me. That's what you're trying to say, yeah? Massimo.
Consapevolezza della propria forza.
Okay. Sofia.
People, people, people.
Okay, people number 2. Mariam.
More budget.
Money number 2, okay. Ilin.
Partnership and vision.
Partnership and vision, wow.
This means money.
Partnership, vision, money. Why am I signing this? Because all of this is going to be a big letter that the Secretary General is going to send to all your prime ministers. Is going to say, this is what you need to give to tourism in your country. Yeah?
Right.
Thank you for that. So if you were to give me a percentage of where we are, where are we? Are we like in getting this? Are you close to getting it or are you still lacking? Rita, are you close to, do you think people, it's like, how are we? 10%, 20%, 80%?
We are getting there. We are getting there. We had, as I said, a very harsh year. We lost a lot of people that were working in the industry, 20% pretty much, around that value. We are trying to recapture those people back. It's going to be harsh because the competition with other industries is fierce. But we are getting there. We are trying to value tourism professionals. We are trying to pay more, trying to balance professional and personal life as well, because that's important, as you can imagine. And we are celebrating, we are making some partnership with Portuguese-speaking countries because we do have, a great network of countries that have some common values that share with us among centuries, not only in Latin America, but also in Africa. And so we are doing this, this path together. And hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have some visa procedures that will be streamlined, facilitated in order to import migrants, because we need people. So I understand that we might need money, but for me, honestly, I'm available now to put money in other areas as long as I do have resources to continue to fight for tourism industry.
Fabulous. Sophia, would you agree with that or would you add something else? What's your percentage?
We're not close. I mean, we're missing like 40% of the personnel we had before the crisis. I think it's very important, the thing that was just introduced in Greece, €500 million for new farmers, 14,000 new farmers coming into the business, and a big thank you to the farmers and the winemakers for the harvest they have been having so far. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be here. So a big thank you to the people who are now out in the farms. 14,000 new farmers out regionally. We're talking about the peripheral, the regional part of development, and a big effort to get younger people to the tourism industry again. Visa procedure, elaboration of visa proceedings faster, and of course, younger, more people to the tourism education.
Great. So training, skills, yeah.
Reskilling, upskilling, all these things that are now in priority also.
Thank you, Sophia. Mariam, money. Okay, budget. Not necessarily wine tourism. In Georgia, you need more budget for tourism, but specifically, which is the area where you think, or you would start investing more if you had those money?
Well, first of all, it's fair to say that for our government, tourism is one of the key priorities within the economic sector. And of course, it would not be fair to say that we don't have sufficient budget, but it's never enough because you go creative and of course you want more and you want things fast. Our key vision for the time being is to develop new destinations within destinations that afterwards create experiences and then afterwards creates new tourism products. So, of course, with bigger budgets, you would do bigger projects, more infrastructural projects. You would revive those resorts that once used to host thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. But, you know, infrastructure always needs refinement. So, yes, definitely infrastructure, especially in rural areas. And I think our colleagues touched really important points during conversation to support local communities to ensure that whatever benefits tourism has, economically speaking, creating jobs, ensuring that money flows within villages and within the regions that are currently not that developed. That budget will totally contribute to that. And the manpower, because previously we had an issue of having employment issues, but now there is demand and there is shortage in supply. So after COVID, things changed. So of course we need more communication, and your question was very proper. We need to ensure that tourism will regain the image of very sustainable and very, let's say, safe industry to have a profession and to a workforce. So I think this is something that really unites us all. Our challenges could be different, but in the end of the day, when we sit down together in such forums, we all understand that every country has the same issue.
Thank you very much, Mariam. Tatiana, you also mentioned budget, but I also would like to add another small question to that, because you mentioned the region, and we're mentioning here sort of possibilities of moving, I mean, visas, and so my question to you would you be in favor of creating also that workspace in the Balkans?
Yes, we are
do you
just
think that
working.
is going to make a difference?
Yes, we are just working on it, and we are hoping that very soon, in 1 month, we are going to have this regional market, which will be free, and that Serbia, Albania, and North Macedonia will have one regional market, and that we will be able to have a workforce that will be able to work in these 3 countries just with one Balkan ID. So this is one step forward for us. So this is very important, and also what my colleague just said. I cannot agree more with what she just said. The money that we need, in fact, is to develop infrastructural projects in the local communities, which are very much connected with this wine maker in the local communities. And this is why it's so important. This, in fact, is why we need more subsidies for the local communities.
Thank you very much. Then partnerships. Partnerships. So private-public partnerships, collaboration between countries. What kind of partnership are you looking for?
Do you know, Bulgaria is pretty unique. Why? We don't have the wine of Georgia, but our wine is good. We don't have the passion of Italians, but we know how to love. We don't have the Alps, but we have beautiful mountains. We don't have the Sea of Greece, 14,000 kilometers, but we have a wonderful sea. And this is all within a range of 3 hours with a car. What means partnership? We must unite all these dots in one wine. We must unite the local markets, the food. This is partnership. We must be in good partnership with Serbia, with our neighborhood countries, and to make Balkan products. And this is the partnership that I want to share. And the vision is with all these nice things, we must have a vision how to develop them all. Because, as I told you, Bulgaria is unique. We have everything on one place or in short distance. So next year, you're going to see.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Federico.
Io, quando parlo di collaborazione oggi, noi dobbiamo fare un patto, guardo Zurab, perché solo come ministri in carica oggi lo possiamo fare. Un patto a livello mondiale sull'andare a calmierare queste risorse necessarie anche per l'ambito enologico o comunque enogastronomico che impattano fortemente in questo momento sul turismo. Mi riferisco chiaramente al costo del gas, dell'energia e di tutto quello che sta accadendo. Come ministri possiamo dire la nostra, come UNWTO possiamo chiedere un patto mondiale per il turismo, per avere calmierati dei costi che non consentono alle aziende produttrici di vino domani mattina, non ieri, domani mattina di andare avanti. Va bene le persone, va bene la collaborazione, ma se non lo facciamo noi ministri, che abbiamo un ruolo per farlo, assieme a un segretario generale così attivo dell'UNWTO, e non diamo risposte domani, la gente non capirà cosa deve fare e non ci saranno più le condizioni perché nascano nuove aziende e si mantengano in questa maniera così fiorente quelle già esistenti. Quindi questo è un patto che io lancio, è una sfida che il ministro Garavaglia sa benissimo che dobbiamo portare avanti. Dico il ministro Garavaglia perché io, essendo un enclave dell'Italia come paese, assieme gestiamo molto spesso le cose, però se lo facciamo a livello ministeriale, a questo livello, assieme all'UNWTO, possiamo portare a casa un buon risultato. Serve un patto sulla sanità, ma serve sicuramente oggi un patto anche sul turismo, patto mondiale per avere dei prezzi calmierati, soprattutto per le aziende agricole e enogastronomiche. Diciamocelo, qualcuno deve dire, lo dica pure il paese più piccolo del mondo che non ha risorse alcune dal PNRR. Quindi si può vivere anche senza PNRR europeo, non so come dire, però questo patto serve a tutti.
Thank you very much, Minister. Well, thank you very much for big round of applause for Minister Pedini Amati. You're in good shape this morning. We like you. You know, we need leaders. Thank you for that. I'm sure that the Secretary General is listening to very carefully to your demand, definitely. And we are going to make sure that it's a great idea, definitely. You need that. Sergio, understanding, why you need more understanding. They need to understand more the importance of tourism within, what is it?
Yes, I want to mention the contribution of Zurab Pololikashvili on tourism in general, and especially on wine tourism. Thank you very much, Zurab. Thank you for all you and your team have done and what you are doing. When I said understanding, it's the most important thing, because, you know, without local people, without local communities, we can do nothing. And to develop this, this kind of tourism, wine tourism, we must be understanding by local people, by communities. They must understand, agree, and involve in this process. So we need, we are in the very beginning in Moldova. We are a very small country, but with a big heart. And Federico knows what it's mean to be a small country. Yeah? We must have another approach. So we invite people in Moldova to visit Moldova, not because we have the same thing like in Italy or France or everywhere in a high level. No, we will find absolutely unique experiences and things in Moldova and be unique and find our place in this world construction of the tourism. At the moment, we need to be understood by our government, yes, by the person who decides the budgets. It's very important to invest in this sector, but not only by the government. The most important is to be understood and agreed by people. That means sustainability, yes, if we speak about sustainability.
Thank you very much. Once again, your Prime Minister will receive the letter to say tourism is very important. Give more budget to Sergio.
Yeah,
definitely.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Garavaglia, you're closing this round, but then we have 30 seconds more. You're closing this round. You spoke about awareness, consapevolezza. This seems to be like, as an Italian, I fully agree with you, seems to be something that we're still not. Why is it? Perché? Why is it that we're still not aware of who we are? Look at the results, you know?
Sì.
I'm sure the majority here is Italians, and they still put France as number one, you know?
Sì, ma anche sentendo i colleghi, alla fine siamo tutti nella stessa barca. Nel 2019 l'Italia ha fatto il record di presenze turistiche. Boom. Poi 2 anni di Covid. Quest'anno in quasi tutta Italia superiamo i numeri del 2019, quindi di nuovo record. Bene. Adesso c'è il problema del costo dell'energia. Si riparte ancora con una grossa difficoltà in un settore che è molto fragile, perché l'industria del turismo è molto fragile. E allora il tema della consapevolezza dei propri punti di forza vale per l'Italia, ma vale per tutti, perché in un'industria così fragile bisogna cercare di distribuire meglio i flussi, di garantire l'allungamento delle stagioni, insomma trovare modalità per renderla meno suscettibile di difficoltà quando arrivano degli shock esterni come è stato il Covid, come è adesso l'energia. E allora si scopre che quello che sta facendo Zurab con l'UNWTO da anni, cioè di sviluppare un turismo sostenibile nelle aree rurali, distribuire meglio i flussi, va nella direzione di rendere il settore più resiliente, resistente anche agli shock esterni. E l'enoturismo è uno dei filoni su cui possiamo e dobbiamo investire. Quindi la consapevolezza è proprio questa, riuscire a capire che ci possono essere gli anni boom, ci sono dei momenti di estrema difficoltà, però se ci si organizza si riesce a rendere il settore più stabile nel tempo, i posti di lavoro più stabili, i margini per gli operatori più stabili. È difficile, ci vuole tanta organizzazione, ma con organizzazione, strategia, partnership si può fare.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister. Now, I'm not going to ask you to move from your seats, but you're going to have to be very honest. Ilin, you are now, all of a sudden, you're a minister, but you become a student, and you get to choose one of the countries here to go and learn something that you can use as well for your tourism strategy in Bulgaria. Where would you go? Be honest, be very honest, all of you. Where would you go? Would you go to Georgia, to Greece, to Italy? Would you stay here? Would you go to San Marino, to Serbia, to Portugal, to Moldova? Where do you go?
Actually, I really admire the Greece type of tourism.
Greece.
Because they are benchmark and you're increasing very fast after the COVID and very stable without offending somebody. We're neighborhood countries, we share sea tourism, so I really want to visit you, to teach with you and start.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ilin. Mariam, where would you go?
Well, it's very hard to choose. Very difficult question, I would say. Can I do all of the above?
Where would you go, sorry?
Can I do all of the above?
No, you cannot.
Then I think Portugal, for various reasons, but I think we have a lot of similarities, both when it comes to product and both when it comes to ongoing challenges. So Portugal it is.
Okay, excellent. Sofia?
Is it specific tourism or is it tourism in general?
It's, again, in your role, you get to choose where to go to
Present?
learn better. To the present, yes.
Italy.
Okay. Massimo, where would you go?
Beh, Portogallo siamo appena stati. Spagna andiamo l'anno prossimo.
You can only choose between your colleagues here.
E andiamo in Grecia.
Okay, Greece too. Okay, Sergio, where do you go?
For me, it's very, very easy question. I choose Georgia. Maybe because when I was a student, my professor was from Georgia, and we have a lot in common, and we have a lot to learn, each from other.
Amazing. Rita?
Sorry, where did you go on holidays this summer?
In Italy.
Okay. Right.
In Italy.
Rita, where would you go?
I was in Georgia last year. 2 years ago. Zurab, a very kind invitation, invited us all to go there, and I was really, really surprised on what you have been doing. So I would go again to Georgia just to deep dive a little bit more, because as Marianne said, I guess that we do have a lot of similarities, and we could explore a little bit more on that.
Fantastic. Federico?
Io vado in Serbia, non sono mai stato, è vicino di casa, di sedia, vado volentieri in Serbia.
Excellent.
Aspetto l'invito però.
So, yeah, exactly. So he's waiting for an invitation.
I would.
Tatiana, where would you go?
To San Marino.
Bisogna farsi forza come si può.
This is the diplomacy of tourism. So thank you very much. I think we created incredible alliances here, or stronger than they are together. And I think, Secretary General, everyone, this is what UNWTO is all about. UNWTO is about providing you and you the platform not only to exchange opinions, but also to confront, to meet together. And as my Secretary General was asking me this morning, he was telling me, what do you think we are achieving with this conference? Well, I personally think that we are confirming how important networking is, how important exchanging experiences is, and how important it is to do it in the best way, most comfortable way, most beautiful way, in order for our memories and emotions to be always at the highest grade. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Eileen, Mariam, Sofia, Massimo, Sergio, Rita, Federico, and Tatiana for joining us for this fantastic panel. Thank you very much. And of course, when we come to giving results, conclusions, I have to invite on stage my beloved colleague and friend, Sandra Carvalho, the heart and soul of the Wine Tourism Conference. So, Zurab, I guess they all want you on stage. We've created alliances, and now, you know, San Marino bilateral with Serbia, and yes. Thank you very much. Sandra, please come on stage.
So I'm going to wait for a minute for everyone to sit down and thank the magnificent panel we just had. A very inspirational moment. And I think Alessandra mentioned it. One of the values that we have most at heart is to build bridges at UNWTO, bridges between countries, between experts. And I think we've built quite a number of bridges here between countries, but also looking at the networking among yourselves during these days, we're very happy to see that future projects will surely be give birth after this conference. And sometimes you're surprised when you contact people and they tell us, oh no, I was in a conference of UNWTO 2 years ago, and now I'm doing this because I met this person. So I think this is definitely our value, and also the value of putting this issue, as I think the Minister of Italy put it very, very clearly. We're working on wine tourism because it is an important driver of rural development, of territorial cohesion, of fighting depopulation, and this for us is very, very important. So I'm not gonna go very much into deep. I know you're all very willing now to go to the fantastic lunch we'll have just next to the theater. But before we go for the closing, I'd just like to leave you with a few thoughts to take back on these 2 days. And I want to thank all the colleagues in Alba, in Piemonte, and in Italy for hosting us and working with us side by side in making possible this event. Our title was What's Next for Wine Tourism? And this is what we tried to highlight in the different sessions. I have 7, 8 points I'd like to share with you on that. First, it's clear we need to bring more and more the wine tourism just out of the winery as a complement to the experience in the wineries, to the territory, to the landscape, to the heritage, and to the community. I think that was very, very clear. We need to be more inclusive. There was an interesting discussion. Santiago mentioned that how women now are the biggest visitors to wineries. We need to be more inclusive in our sector in terms of putting women empowerment in the management of wineries and make sure that youth and community are part of that inclusion. We discussed a lot of innovation, and I think there was a very interesting point, which is innovating products that go along the lifestyle, because this is really what people look for, the well-being, the authenticity, and we've seen some really good examples here. We need to act on planet. For many wineries, especially small ones, it's very difficult to know what measures to take in terms of sustainability, how to measure, how to actually implement them, how to communicate. That came out very strongly. We need to use technology, obviously, to reinforce the capacities of SMEs. How many wineries have booking systems? How many of them have capacity to really be effective in social media? We've discussed this in our communication workshop. We need to create communities, and I think this was very interesting when we talk about governance and working together. One of the challenges we've seen is the lack sometimes of structures to collaborate, and the colleague from Portugal mentioned even create those structures at very local level, and then we need to have the local but also the national to be able to have a strong national strategy. We need more data. As we saw, we don't know how many wine tourists exist currently in the world. We need comparable data, and we need to use big data more. And finally, we need to invest in talent, and this was one of the big challenges that the sector is going through. And if we invest in talent in wine tourism, then we'll be investing in talent in rural areas and creating opportunities in new territories for people to stay or to actually come back. And we need to have digital infrastructure to do that and other services. So there's opportunities for young people in rural areas, and wine tourism is one of them. Those are just some ideas I'd like to leave with you from this 2 days. I want to thank all the speakers that came from far and from close. I want to thank all of you who stayed and all of those who are following us also on YouTube. And for those who didn't, you can still watch it afterwards. It will be available at the UNWTO channel. So thank you very much, and hope to see you next year.
Well, we are almost at the end, and we had amazing days, amazing conversation. And it's my pleasure now to invite on stage the Counselor for Tourism and Culture from Alba. Buongiorno. Grazie. The President of Regione Piemonte. Secretary General Zurab Pololi-Kashili. I made it. Molto meglio, no? I told you, Zurab. Secretary General. And then, of course, nostro Ministro del Turismo.
Buongiorno a tutti. First of all, I want to thank everybody, UNWTO, the ministry, the national government, ENIT, Regione Piemonte, the DMO, Langhe Monferrato and Rero, and everybody that worked for this event. It's an honor to have you in this theater. This used to be a place of culture, and we all know that in the last 2 years, we had many problems in closing, and as well as for tourism, so it's very great to have you here finally smiling. So that's something that we can be very, very happy about it. These days were an amazing chance, I hope, for you to enjoy our gastronomic landscapes. Our landscapes are designed by the food. You can see woods, truffles. You can see the restaurant gardens, obviously for restaurants. You can see vineyards. We all know that. And hazelnuts fields. So I hope that you had the chance to enjoy it. This was a special occasion for Alba and for our area to promote itself, but it was also a great opportunity for us to grow on our awareness. This was an amazing event with amazing speakers. By the way, congratulations for choosing such a great lineup of speakers. So congratulations to UNWTO, to Sandra, to Alessandra, to Enid, to everybody, because this was an amazing chance for us to grow. And I think that all our patriarchs, the people that designed the local tourism, will be very, very proud for what happened in Alba in the past 2 days. And it was an honor for us to host you here. This is an amazing opportunity for us to leave a legacy for the future. And I think that everything that we discussed during these 2 days is something that will last locally. So thank you very much for all the best practices that you brought on this stage. It was definitely an honor. I think that this was not just a vehicle for us to promote our territory, but an occasion to grow. This was the former part of my speech. I really want to thank from the deep of my heart the people that worked for this event. So not just the institution, but everybody. We are now friends. I want to say a special thank to Alessandra Priante, that with Sandra and with Mr. Zurab, you are now the citizen of Alba, so you will always have truffle and wines here for you, waiting for you to come. I also want to thank Roberta, Luca, and everybody that worked for this event. I cannot mention everybody from the local DMO and for the City Hall because they are too many, but trust me, they worked and they did an outstanding job. So if everything was possible, it's thanks to them. We are the politicians, but they are the ones that do the job. So thank you very much, everybody. I think we did an outstanding effort, and I hope that you have a safe journey back home, and please feel free to come back to Alba whenever you want. We are here for you. Thank you very much.
Presidente.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie di aver scelto Alba, grazie di aver scelto il Piemonte per questo momento così importante, per noi così significativo per la vita di questa città, per la vita di questo territorio, ma soprattutto per la forza economica della nostra regione. L'anno scorso io ho avuto l'onore di essere in Portogallo e di vivere già l'emozione di questa conferenza. Oggi poterla avere qui a casa nostra è davvero un motivo di profondo orgoglio che ci dà anche forza e fiducia per affrontare quelle che dovranno essere le nuove sfide, e di sfide ce ne sono tante perché ormai il mondo è molto complicato, di facile non c'è più nulla, il mondo è difficile e quando ci sono situazioni difficili li si può affrontare soltanto insieme, lavorando insieme, come ci hanno ricordato i ministri che hanno parlato da questo palco, ai quali io voglio dare un grande benvenuto in Piemonte. Il Piemonte è la regione in cui è nata l'Italia. Torino è stata la prima capitale d'Italia e noi portiamo nel cuore questo orgoglio di essere italiani, ma soprattutto questo rispetto profondo per la nostra terra, per l'ambiente che ci circonda e che dobbiamo salvaguardare. Chiedo ai ministri, approfittando di questa opportunità istituzionale, anche una sensibilità per difendere il vino. Il vino deve essere difeso nella sua corretta identità. Il vino è cultura, il vino non è alcol. Negli anni in cui al Parlamento europeo mi occupavo di sicurezza alimentare, mi stupivo quando il Parlamento europeo affrontava le tematiche del vino e le chiamava alcohol strategy. Alcohol strategy. Equiparare l'alcol al vino è un errore profondo. Ahimè, anche l'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità, poche settimane fa, ha nuovamente equiparato l'alcol al vino. Ha addirittura equiparato il consumo del vino al fumo. Ha addirittura auspicato una riduzione dei consumi del 10% invitando gli Stati ad adottare misure di tassazione finalizzate a ridurre il consumo di vino. Questi sono errori profondi che dimostrano che non si conosce che cos'è il vino, che non si sa che cos'è il vino. Il vino è un cibo, il vino è un alimento, il vino è la nostra cultura. In un vino invecchiato, in una sotterranea cantina della Moldavia, voglio citare la Moldavia perché ho potuto visitare quelle meravigliose cantine sotterranee, in quel vino lì c'è la stessa cultura che troviamo in un dipinto antico, c'è la stessa cultura che troviamo in un monumento della Grecia, c'è la stessa cultura della nostra storia, della nostra identità. Non si può chiamare quel vino alcol, perché vuol dire che si è ignoranti, cioè si ignora quella che è la natura reale di questa forza che non è solo forza economica. Noi non difendiamo il vino solo perché dal vino guadagniamo. Non difendiamo il vino solo perché ha portato ricchezza economica alle nostre terre. Noi difendiamo il vino perché lì c'è la nostra storia, c'è la nostra identità, perché il concetto che oggi viviamo anche con la dieta mediterranea è un concetto che associa anche il vino alla salute. L'importante è educare i nostri giovani, educare i nostri ragazzi a capire che cos'è il vino. Non è proibendo che noi vinciamo, non è rendendo uguale il vino all'alcol che noi avremo meno consumatori di alcol in futuro in Europa e nel mondo. Noi vinceremo se trasmettiamo la cultura e la libertà di scegliere in tutti i campi, ma anche in quello del vino, con il valore ancora maggiore che con la cultura del vino rappresentiamo anche la cultura del rispetto della terra, la cultura della sostenibilità reale. E io di questo credo la conferenza dovrebbe anche in qualche modo formalmente, ufficialmente occuparsi per trasmettere un messaggio. Questa è la mia riflessione, unita naturalmente alla gratitudine, perché se il vino è grande, il turismo del vino è un successo, e anche perché tante persone come voi, cari ministri e care strutture, ci lavorate con impegno e con passione. Grazie.
Secretary General Pololikashvili.
Buongiorno a tutti. First of all, I want to thank the President to be with us. It's an honor. Thank you for your participation in our conference. Thanks for your very warm welcome and hospitality, dear Minister, dear Massimo, dear Manuel. Thanks to you, Roberta Garibaldi, all people, all Italian friends, brothers and sisters. You really made us to feel ourselves at home these days. We'll never forget these wonderful days and wonderful meetings. I will try to sum up a little bit. First of all, our ministerial, very interesting and important panel. I'm very happy and very honored that the work we are doing, UNWTO, and I want to especially thanks to my team who created this very interesting product and very interesting conference, is becoming, and first of all, is recognized by ministers. Thanks for your warm words. This conference is becoming a very important landmark for our organization. We started 6 years ago, and as you see, we are doing a quite interesting job. I will mention what we are doing, and you all, I think, saw it during these 6 sessions. I totally agree with Mr. President that wine, it's more than wine and drink. It's a food, it's a culture. Minister from Bulgaria mentioned that they want to convert transform Bulgaria for season destination. Without wine, it will be difficult, I think. And before it was always the slogan, always Coca-Cola. It's always wine with tourism when we're talking, because it's impossible traveling and to don't remember wine during our trips. We were talking about colors. We in Georgian language we have wine color. Wine has its own color, not red and not white or black. And talking about countries and destinations, we saw here, and we are committed, and we were discussing with Minister of Serbia this morning to support and to help all the new countries which are now investing in wine tourism, in wine routes, and we have excellent partners like Portugal is, like Spain is, like France, Italy. These are countries who had and who did excellent exercise and excellent infrastructure and excellent marketing, and that's why we are here. And again, many thanks to be with you. The innovation was one of the most important part of these 2 days, and digitalization, of course. We need innovation and digitalization not to drink good wine. We need more accessibility, we need more information, more promotion of the destinations like Alba is, and that's why I'm very happy and very honored that yesterday we created new tradition to recognize Alba like excellence in gastronomy and wine tourism. We, UNWTO, we can't do more to big cities like Paris is, like London is, and more cosmopolitan cities where we have more than 10 million tourists. But what we can do and what we are advocating and what we started 3 years ago, investing and supporting rural destinations, rural tourism, and very happy that every year, and we saw after pandemic that first tourists started to move domestically. First, people discovered in their countries small villages and small destinations which they never saw in their life. So, very happy to be here with strong partners. I want to thank all of you, dear guests. You came from different parts of the world. Ministers, why UNWTO Wine Conference and why you? I will explain in 1 minute. This conference is the place, a unique place in the world, where you can meet the ministers, where you can meet representatives, and thanks, dear Pau, the World Wine Organization, where you can meet private sector, and where you can learn a lot of things. I'm sure that when you go to your homes, you will take a piece of new knowledge, new ideas, which you can use, international ideas, which is very important. It's very difficult to meet such kind of community, and this is what we are doing, and this is what is our role. And I personally want to thank to all of you to be here, to support, to discuss, and to teach each other about wine tourism, which is something new trend and something new for us, for you, and this community can create more and more things. Is it the best, this wine conference and unique? Yes, it is. Can we do better? Yes, I'm sure that we always can do better, and I'm sure that year by year we are doing, and we are creating this club, I would say, and this community to make wine tourism more competitive, more interesting, more attractive. And we see that there is a huge potential for investments, for innovation, for digitalization, and I'm sure that this dynamic will continue. Next year, I'm very happy to host all of you in my second home, which is Spain. I forgot why we can do better. I missed something in this, we missed this something during this conference. A little bit part of Africa and Asia. I think we have to attract more and more participants from that 2 regions, and we will do it. Going to Spain, of course, it's my second home. I'm very happy that next year this conference will go from Portugal, where, by the way, Portugal supported a lot after pandemic. It was very difficult to maintain this brand and this conference. We did excellent, and thank you, Rita, your excellent team to organize it in very hard times with masks. Organize wine conference, it's quite difficult, but we made it. And then we are here in Italy. Dear Massimo, thank you again. everything is going quite interesting and very well. And then Spain, another big and excellent example for wine tourism development, and I'm sure that next year we will be with more participants geographically and from private sector, and this is the place where private sector meets with government and ministers again. We have FAO, we need more participants of FAO next year, and we will do it because we are talking about people who are working 360 days per year to make good wine, to make good food, and we have to support and to involve them in this process. Again, it's all about people, and it's all about new jobs. And finally, I want to sum up this 2 days meeting, and I have one idea which I want to present you, that there very important thing where we have to invest. And I want to propose and open the door, all of you, to be part of that project, which is education. Starting from tomorrow, we will start to combine a course in wine tourism, which I don't think that it exists. Maybe somewhere, some institutions and some business schools do it, but we have to create wine tourism. I don't know, it will be master or it will be course, but it's very interesting product. And I see all of you, of course, on voluntary base, to be part of this project, to give us input. It's impossible to know, and I'm sure that young people will be more and more interesting to listen. People from private bodegas from Argentina, from Chile, from South Africa, from Japan, from Europe, and I think we can create some guides how to promote and how to create strong and attractive wine tourism destinations, or how to marketing and how to market and promote again this or the other countries. So thank you very much, and see you in beautiful La Rioja. Thanks to wonderful and beautiful Alba, Piedmont region, Italy. I'm very happy. Again, we feel like at our home, and very happy to be part of this history and story, which is a wine tourism conference, World Wine Tourism Conference. Grazie mille.
Thank you, Secretary General. And now, Ministro, se vuole l'ultima parola.
Grazie, l'ultima veloce parola. Devo però ripetere i ringraziamenti perché veramente sono stati bravissimi i nostri amministratori di Alba, gli operatori che hanno garantito un servizio di altissima qualità, grazie. Grazie alla Regione, l'assessore Poggio, il Presidente, grazie al Direttore Generale Rocca, all'UNWTO, Zura Pololikashvili, tutto lo staff, Alessandra Priante e tutti gli altri che hanno partecipato, l'Enit, eccetera, eccetera. Grazie anche perché questo congresso si dimostra sempre più operativo e concreto, quindi giustamente innovazione, come trattare i dati in modo uniforme, la promozione, la digitalizzazione, quindi si va verso una politica dell'enoturismo sempre più concreta e organizzata, che è poi quello che ci serve. Sono momenti particolarmente complicati. Dopo la fine della pandemia, perché ormai possiamo dirlo, la pandemia è finita, adesso abbiamo di nuovo, dopo un anno che sembrava messo benissimo, con una ripartenza fortissima del turismo, abbiamo di nuovo il problema dell'energia. Ecco, sottoscrivo in pieno quello che ha detto il Presidente Cirio, visto che è un momento difficile non complichiamolo di più. Cioè questa idea balzana di uniformare alcol, vino, è proprio un non senso. E allora tutti i bei ragionamenti che abbiamo fatto per sviluppare un settore, che cosa facciamo? Diciamo, Bulgaria, fai un meno 10%, Georgia, fai un meno 10%, dell'enoturismo, eccetera, eccetera. Tutto il mondo facciamo un meno 10%. Perché? Perché qualcuno si è alzato storto una mattina e ha fatto un'associazione che non ha senso. Perché l'abbiamo visto in tutti i ragionamenti che sono stati fatti in questi giorni, dietro una bottiglia di vino c'è un territorio, ci sono secoli di lavoro, di generazioni che hanno plasmato un territorio e l'hanno reso quello che è. Bellissimo. Chi ha avuto modo di vedere qua il paesaggio di Alba, Roero, Monferrato, le Langhe, oggi pomeriggio chi avrà l'occasione di fare un giro su un treno storico avrà ancora di più l'occasione di respirare un territorio plasmato dal lavoro degli uomini. Quindi questa idea balzana, ripeto, non rispetta quella che è la cultura di nazioni. Quindi questo è un punto essenziale, penso, che dobbiamo trasmettere. Attenzione, già siamo in un momento difficile, non facciamo sciocchezze. Però siamo ottimisti di natura, fa anche bene alla salute, quindi pensiamo che questa idea, siccome è balzana, finirà dove deve finire, nel cestino. Ma al di là di questo c'è tanto da fare, le linee sono state definite in modo molto chiaro, le linee strategiche, è anche molto interessante questo lavorare a livello internazionale, queste anche amicizie che si creano tra esponenti di diversi governi che lavorano insieme, perché il turismo per definizione non è solo far venire stranieri nella propria nazione, ma è anche uscire e andare nelle altre nazioni. Gli aerei devono andare pieni all'andata e ritorno, i treni pieni all'andata e ritorno. È l'apertura che crea turismo, è l'apertura e gli scambi creano turismo. Questo è il segnale più importante che portiamo a casa da queste belle giornate. Ci vedremo l'anno prossimo in Spagna sicuramente e sarà ancora un'occasione per sviluppare un settore che è il filo conduttore dell'intero settore del turismo, che è difficile perimetrare. L'industria del turismo è complicatissima, c'è tutto, non è solo la ricezione importantissima, non è solo la ristorazione importantissima, è tutto collegato. E quando è tutto collegato, se rompi un pezzo, rompi tutta la filiera. Per cui noi questo settore molto fragile lo vogliamo proteggere e il lavoro che fa l'UNWTO da anni è meritevole proprio perché ha aiutato a definire delle linee guida comuni a livello internazionale per proteggere un settore particolarmente complicato e difficile. Grazie ancora, grazie Zurab, alla prossima.
Well, this journey actually is far from over. Next year we are going to another breathtaking wine tourist destination. To present as the host of the 7th UNWTO Global Conference on Wine Tourism 2003, Her Excellency, the Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism of Spain, Mrs. Reyes Maroto, sent us this very special message.
Secretario General de la OMT, querido Zurat, Ministro de Turismo de Italia, querido Máximo, resto de autoridades del Gobierno de Italia, representantes de La Rioja y del sector enológico, amigos y amigas. En primer lugar, quiero mandar un mensaje de felicitación a la Organización Mundial del Turismo y al Gobierno de Italia por sus éxitos en la celebración de esta 6ª Conferencia Mundial del Turismo Enológico. Una conferencia que crea un marco único para innovar en experiencias enoturísticas y generar alianzas para convertir el enoturismo en un motor de desarrollo rural. Como ya señaló el ministro Caravalla, detrás de una botella de vino no hay solo un líquido, está la historia del territorio. Y así lo estáis demostrando en esta conferencia. Para España, el desarrollo rural que impulsa en el enoturismo es también una prioridad fundamental. Crea empleo y oportunidades en las zonas más despobladas, impulsa el crecimiento económico y preserva el entorno natural y cultural. Por ello, recoger el testigo de Italia y celebrar en 2023 la Conferencia Mundial del Turismo Enológico en La Rioja constituirá una oportunidad única, donde entre todos podremos poner en valor el patrimonio vitivinícola riojano y español. España es una referencia en turismo enológico, no solo por nuestro amplio catálogo de vinos, sino también por nuestra capacidad para vincular la enología con nuestra gastronomía, con nuestra riqueza cultural, natural e histórica, como ocurre con nuestras famosas rutas del vino en las que se genera una experiencia memorable para el viajero. De ahí que sea una de nuestras prioridades estratégicas dentro de nuestro Plan Nacional Enogastronómico, porque el sector enológico puede liderar un cambio positivo, no solo impulsando el desarrollo rural que antes mencionaba, sino también la sostenibilidad, la innovación desde las raíces regionales y la tradición, aprovechando también el desarrollo científico y las innovaciones tecnológicas para revolucionar la producción y la calidad de los vinos de nuestro país, mejorando en definitiva la experiencia turística del viajero. Estoy segura que la celebración de la 7ª Conferencia Mundial de Turismo Enológico en La Rioja tendrá una importante repercusión internacional como campaña de promoción de La Rioja y de España como destino enológico de primer nivel, tal como lo ha sido para Alba en Italia. Porque decir Rioja es decir vino, y el turismo enológico será el pasaporte de un viaje con personalidad a la tierra con nombre de vino, La Rioja. Enhorabuena a todos los que habéis hecho posible esta 6ª conferencia y nos vemos el año que viene en La Rioja, en España.
And now the special words of the President of the Government of La Rioja, Mrs. Concha Andreu, who could not join us today, as today is one of the most special days in La Rioja, the Harvest Festival.
Buenos días a todos desde La Rioja. Me habría encantado estar ahí con vosotros, pero como sabéis, esta es una época muy especial para las regiones del vino, al menos para las que estamos a este lado del Ecuador. En este mismo momento en el que allí, en Alba, tomamos el relevo como sede de la próxima conferencia mundial, aquí, en La Rioja, celebramos una de nuestras ceremonias más tradicionales. Hoy pisamos la uva en nuestras fiestas de la vendimia para obtener ese primer mosto de la temporada que en unos meses se convertirá en el primer vino de la añada 2022. Un vino que después evolucionará, madurará en barrica y equilibrará los matices de la tierra y la madera para transformarse en esos crianzas reservas y grandes reservas de Rioja tan característicos y reconocidos en todo el mundo. Estamos deseando compartir todo esto con vosotros, toda nuestra tradición, nuestro patrimonio y nuestra cultura vitivinícola, pero también nuestra apuesta por la innovación en todos los ámbitos del vino, en la industria, en la investigación, en la formación y, por supuesto, en el turismo, en el enoturismo. Por eso hemos puesto en marcha el proyecto estratégico Enoregión, que agradece y valora ese legado, el trabajo de miles de hombres y mujeres del vino durante generaciones, y lo aprovecha para impulsar la transformación y la competitividad de todo el sector a través de la sostenibilidad y la digitalización, para así garantizar el futuro de otros miles y miles de riojanos durante las próximas generaciones. Es un honor para La Rioja ser reconocidos como sede y como representación de España en el evento más importante que existe en el mundo sobre el enoturismo y que se celebra por primera vez en nuestro país. Hemos recibido una herencia valiosa y tenemos la obligación de dejar una herencia valiosa. Una herencia fundamentada en la labor centenaria y a la vez pionera de nuestros viticultores y bodegueros, impulsada por el esfuerzo, por el emprendimiento de nuestros hosteleros y agentes turísticos para ofrecer las mejores experiencias al visitante. Afianzada también por el compromiso y el orgullo y el cariño de nuestras gentes. Como decía, estamos deseando compartir con vosotros nuestra enoregión y el futuro que imaginamos para el vino y el enoturismo. Y os queremos invitar a construir juntos ese futuro el año que viene desde nuestra casa, desde La Rioja. Nos vemos aquí muy pronto.
For the official passing of the iconic amphora by the 2002 host to the 2023 host, I invite on stage from Spain, Mrs. Fuencisla Tejedor Garcia, Deputy Director for Cooperation and Touristic Competitiveness of the Secretary of State for Tourism of Spain. Muy bienvenida. And from the government of La Rioja, Mr. Ramiro Gil Sanjergio, General Director of Tourism. Foto. Procedete. Fantastico. Thank you so much. And let's have a glimpse of what is waiting for us next year in La Rioja, Spain, España. Bene, siamo alla fine, grazie. Ci tengo a ringraziare il segretario generale e il direttore generale Europa, grazie segretario, il Ministero del Turismo, la Regione Piemonte, Visit Piemonte, Enit, in particolare Roberta Garibaldi, a cui va un mio sentito personale ringraziamento per avermi coinvolta qui, e che è tutto il personale Enit che ha lavorato a questo bel progetto, la città di Alba e l'agenzia turistica locale per il grande supporto territoriale e per la bellissima ospitalità. Grazie anche alle cantine vinicole che ieri ci hanno ospitato e hanno ospitato i delegati per le masterclass. Un particolare ringraziamento anche all'agenzia di Pollenzo che ha organizzato un welcome cocktail, ai Trifolau e all'Ente Fiera per averci aspettato ieri sera durante il Tuber Prime Noctis, Vi ricordiamo naturalmente il programma di questa sera, che è sempre bene fare un ripasso. Dopo il pranzo che avremo fra poco, che si tiene qui in cortile, che si terrà nel cortile seminario appena fuori al teatro a destra, i delegati potranno visitare la città per poi trovarsi alle 16 davanti al teatro. Insieme si andrà alla stazione di Alba per prendere il treno del gusto per Canelli. Per i signori ministri invece il pranzo servito è previsto nel cortile del teatro. E per tutti gli altri invece che vogliono ritornare, in piazza Monsignor Grassi ci sono i bus per entrare negli hotel alle 15:30. Da parte mia vi ringrazio davvero.